Hello, my name is Mru Patel. I'm a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, public speaker, etc. Anyway, welcome to the world's first tokenized blockchain summit. We call it the VBS Live. This is going to be one of many. It is a world's first just to show the world that during COVID-19, business has to go on. And people have now prioritized how they spend their time, be it a balance with quality of life versus how they conduct conferences, speaking events, and things like that. Many benefits, I'll get into that later. However, why are we doing the world's first tokenized virtual summit? The reason being, a lot of people like myself who are speakers, we get invited to several of these, and I would say on a majority of times, the organizers generally cannot pay for your costs, nor your travel, accommodation, etc. And when you are stretched between so many of these, it is virtually impossible to accommodate as many as possible. And there's a lot of wasted time, effort, travel time, dead time, as we call it. So doing virtual events, I've been talking about it for years. In the 90s, my background is Sun Microsystems, Java.com. We used to have this thing called video conferencing. So when the internet started, we used to do global video conference events. And for those of you over here who remember those days, will recall that, when we were doing the Sun One and the Java exhibitions and conferences, a lot of these were televised, over internet, so people who could not travel, it could reach to tens and hundreds of thousands of people. So take it on 20 years plus now, where COVID-19 has actually made this a reality. So what we were preaching 20 odd years ago and even practicing, unfortunately, because of the lockdown, people have no other choice now than to actually find ways of how to create and adopt to this touchless remote economy and have a major digital transformation in all parts of their business. So blockchain is one of the technologies, and so is digital currencies to make that happen. The core we have through internet. Now it's the blockchain, how you register it and make it decentralized, and how we transact through it through currency in a new modern way, which is faster, cheaper, more productive, rather than the cumbersome traditional banking ways. So over the next 2 days, what we will cover is various topics. So the topics mainly will help not only audiences, but even some speakers on various subjects. And let me just read a few. So various marketing needs and challenges that are currently presented to us in operating in a different manner. How to tokenize events, how to tokenize real estate, how to tokenize any form of asset, basically, and the challenges around it. The security and the cyber attacking types of subjects will be debated. We'll look at revenue streams in crypto, how to see where the future of revenue is going to come, how to see where the future of blockchain, how to see the future of currency going forward. We will also look at various solution providers in here, from exchanges and how the exchange world will transform, right the way through to currencies, and also the central banking digital currency, the CBDC types of currencies. What is the future for them, and things along these lines. Last but not least, it's the age-old, the impact of AI, robotics, deep learning, and things along these lines that will have a major impact on all forms of businesses. And we will look at some live cases and also debate with some leading experts out there where it is now and where it's going to go. So those are the topics. Now, for all of you out here, please, for the speakers specifically, please register, please check and test your microphones. Just some logistics. Make sure microphones, headphones, your video Zoom is all tested, many minutes before you actually come live. Try and be 20 minutes or so before the session actually starts, so you're in readiness and we are not fidgeting around during the event. For the audiences specifically as well, make sure you're registered, you have your sign-on link, and you can see it. This will be live broadcasted across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Live, and also some partners who will live stream this. I will certainly have it on my channel as well, Muru Patel. So look out for all these. So there is no shortage of places to see this live. However, we understand this is not real live one-on-one types of conferences. There will be recordings. However, it's nice to have a huge live audience. It's always great live. The next thing we'd like to cover over here is, why are we doing this like this in a tokenized manner? So, speakers specifically and the organizers generally have this thing going that, pay me this or pay this expense. And there's always this battle, who pays for what? And it's obvious, especially when people are traveling around and living and, assigning 2 to 3 days of their time often for the sake of an organizer trying to profiteer from it from many ways, from sponsorships, events, exhibitors, things like that. So what COVID-19 has actually done is absolutely disrupt this market. And that's why you see so many virtual conferences. And going forward now, you can imagine why we are doing this, because majority of the companies, no matter who you are, will question why any person needs to go and attend an event, flights, hotels, food, expenses, etc., unless you really, really are going there for face-to-face closing deals. And even that, I can debate that 50% of those can be really done through video ways of doing it and contractual ways of doing it. So all these expenses and time specifically will be challenged. I'd hate to say this, government are the biggest wasters of a lot of this, where they are constantly traveling around on our taxpayers' money, when a lot of this can also be done through the Zoom media, which COVID-19 has just highlighted, where loads of governments are having their sessions like this as well. So that is one big benefit. The second benefit is the debate about speakers and organizers and exhibitors and sponsors and all this, we are trying to address by saying, what, if we tokenize the event belongs to all the people participating. Be it you are a sponsor, you are a speaker, you are an organizer, you are a live stream producer, whoever you are, you own a slice of ownership of that platform when you are participating on it. So you become an asset holder. So even these can be done as a tokenized event, as a business. So the whole thing about ecosystems, share it with anyone who helps you. And if you use that ethos of the ecosystem, everybody should do the same in their own business. Nobody can do this blockchain business on their own. Learn to collaborate and cooperate and scale, because if you try and do it all yourself, you will fail. That's why over 90% have already failed, and over 90% of the ICOs too have failed for many reasons, which we won't go into now. Okay. Next thing we'd like to bring up over here is a big thank you for the main organizers and the sponsors, but in specific, CryptoCoin Pro, and a big shout to my good old friend Sergio. Well done for doing this and making it happen. And same with Tokeny and Streamlive and myself from Betra Exchange. So without this, it wouldn't happen. However, thank you to all the sponsors for helping to chip in, and thank you to all the speakers from the bottom of our heart. And within the next couple of weeks, you should get your token, hopefully, for participating in this VBS live event and all future VBS lives, where you will get first refusal for attendance as well as speaking panelist or whatever. Finally, what I'd like to say is enjoy the event, connect, share the link with all your friends who could benefit from this. And most importantly, we've already got over 10,000 subscribed users, but we want to break all records if we can, even though this was done as a rush, as these generally are at this moment in time. Please share it. I'm sure there's something in it for everyone who is in this space. Even if you're a traditional bricks and mortar type of person, use it as an education thing, because you don't lose anything. Okay. Look forward to seeing you inside, and look forward to any of your feedback as well. Have a great couple of days. Thank you. Hello, my name is Mru Patel. I'm a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, public speaker, etc. Anyway, welcome to the world's first tokenized blockchain summit. We call it the VBS Live. This is going to be one of many. It is a world's first, just to show the world that during COVID-19, business has to go on, and people have now prioritized how they spend their time, be it a balance with quality of life versus how they conduct conferences, speaking events, and things like that. Many benefits, I'll get into that later. However, why are we doing the world's first tokenized virtual summit? The reason being, a lot of people like myself who are speakers, we get invited to several of these, and I would say on a majority of times, the organizers generally cannot pay for your costs, nor your travel, accommodation, etc. And when you are stretched between so many of these, it is virtually impossible to accommodate as many as possible. And there's a lot of wasted time, effort, travel time, dead time, as we call it. So doing virtual events, I've been talking about it for years. In the 90s, my background is Sun Microsystems, Java.com. We used to have this thing called video conferencing. So when the internet started, we used to do global video conference events. And for those of you over here who remember those days, will recall that, when we were doing the Sun One and the Java exhibitions and conferences, a lot of these were televised, over internet, so people who could not travel, it could reach to tens and hundreds of thousands of people. So take it on 20 years plus now, where COVID-19 has actually made this a reality. So what we were preaching 20 odd years ago and even practicing, unfortunately, because of the lockdown, people have no other choice now than to actually find ways of how to create and adopt to this touchless remote economy and have a major digital transformation in all parts of their business. So blockchain is one of the technologies, and so is digital currencies to make that happen. The core we have through internet. Now it's the blockchain, how you register it and make it decentralized, and how we transact through it through currency in a new modern way, which is faster, cheaper, more productive, rather than the cumbersome traditional banking ways. So over the next 2 days, what we will cover is various topics. So the topics mainly will help not only audiences, but even some speakers on various subjects. And let me just read a few. So various marketing needs and challenges that are currently presented to us in operating in a different manner. How to tokenize events, how to tokenize real estate, how to tokenize any form of asset, basically, and the challenges around it. The security and the cyber attacking types of subjects will be debated. We'll look at revenue streams in crypto, how to see where the future of revenue is going to come, how to see where the future of blockchain, how to see the future of currency going forward. We will also look at various solution providers in here, from exchanges and how the exchange world will transform, right the way through to currencies, and also the central banking digital currency, the CBDC types of currencies. What is the future for them, and things along these lines. Last but not least, it's the age-old, the impact of AI, robotics, deep learning, and things along these lines that will have a major impact on all forms of businesses. And we will look at some live cases and also debate with some leading experts out there where it is now and where it's going to go. So those are the topics. Now, for all of you out here, please, for the speakers specifically, please register, please check and test your microphones. Just some logistics. Make sure microphones, headphones, your video Zoom is all tested, many minutes before you actually come live. Try and be 20 minutes or so before the session actually starts, so you're in readiness and we are not fidgeting around during the event. For the audiences specifically as well, make sure you're registered, you have your sign-on link, and you can see it. This will be live broadcasted across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Live, and also some partners who will live stream this. I will certainly have it on my channel as well, Muru Patel. So look out for all these. So there is no shortage of places to see this live. However, we understand this is not real live one-on-one types of conferences. There will be recordings. However, it's nice to have a huge live audience. It's always great live. The next thing we'd like to cover over here is, why are we doing this like this in a tokenized manner? So, you know, speakers specifically and the organizers generally have this thing going that, you know, pay me this or pay this expense. And there's always this battle, who pays for what? And it's obvious, especially when people are traveling around and living and, you know, assigning 2 to 3 days of their time often for the sake of an organizer trying to profiteer from it from many ways, you know, from sponsorships, events, exhibitors, things like that. So what COVID-19 has actually done is absolutely disrupt this market. And that's why you see so many virtual conferences. And going forward now, you can imagine why we are doing this, you know, because majority of the companies, no matter who you are, will question why any person needs to go and attend an event, flights, hotels, food, expenses, etc., unless you really are going there for face-to-face closing deals. And even that, I can debate that 50% of those can be really done through video ways of doing it and contractual ways of doing it. So all these expenses and time specifically will be challenged. I'd hate to say this, government are the biggest wasters of a lot of this, where they are constantly traveling around on our taxpayers' money, when a lot of this can also be done through the Zoom media, which COVID-19 has just highlighted, where loads of governments are having their sessions like this as well. So that is one big benefit. The second benefit is the debate about speakers and organizers and exhibitors and sponsors and all this, we are trying to address by saying, you know what, if we tokenize the event belongs to all the people participating. Be it you are a sponsor, you are a speaker, you are an organizer, you are a live stream producer, whoever you are, you own a slice of ownership of that platform when you are participating on it. So you become an asset holder. So even these can be done as a tokenized event, as a business. So the whole thing about ecosystems, share it with anyone who helps you. And if you use that ethos of the ecosystem, everybody should do the same in their own business. Nobody can do this blockchain business on their own. Learn to collaborate and cooperate and scale, because if you try and do it all yourself, you will fail. That's why over 90% have already failed, and over 90% of the ICOs too have failed for many reasons, which we won't go into now. Okay. Next thing we'd like to bring up over here is a big thank you for the main organizers and the sponsors, but in specific, you know, CryptoCoin Pro, and a big shout to my good old friend Sergio. Well done for doing this and making it happen. And same with Tokeny and Streamlive and myself from Betra Exchange. So without this, it wouldn't happen. However, thank you to all the sponsors for helping to chip in, and thank you to all the speakers from the bottom of our heart. And within the next couple of weeks, you should get your token, hopefully, for participating in this VBS live event and all future VBS lives, where you will get first refusal for attendance as well as speaking panelist or whatever. Finally, what I'd like to say is enjoy the event, connect, share the link with all your friends who could benefit from this. And most importantly, we've already got over 10,000 subscribed users, but we want to break all records if we can, even though this was done as a rush, as these generally are at this moment in time. Please share it. I'm sure there's something in it for everyone who is in this space. Even if you're a traditional bricks and mortar type of person, use it as an education thing because you don't lose anything, okay? Look forward to seeing you inside and look forward to any of your feedback as well. Have a great couple of days. Thank you. Hello, my name is Mru Patel. I'm a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, public speaker, etc. Anyway, welcome to the world's first tokenized blockchain summit. We call it the VBS Live. This is going to be one of many. It is a world's first just to show the world that during COVID-19, business has to go on. And people have now prioritized how they spend their time, be it a balance with quality of life versus how they conduct conferences, speaking events, and things like that. Many benefits, I'll get into that later. However, why are we doing the world's first tokenized virtual summit? The reason being, a lot of people like myself who are speakers, we get invited to several of these, and I would say on a majority of times, the organizers generally cannot pay for your costs, nor your travel, accommodation, etc. And when you are stretched between so many of these, it is virtually impossible to accommodate as many as possible. And there's a lot of wasted time, effort, travel time, dead time, as we call it. So doing virtual events, I've been talking about it for years. In the 90s, my background is Sun Microsystems, Java.com. We used to have this thing called video conferencing. So when the internet started, we used to do global video conference events. And for those of you over here who remember those days, will recall that, when we were doing the Sun One and the Java exhibitions and conferences, a lot of these were televised, over internet, so people who could not travel, it could reach to tens and hundreds of thousands of people. So take it on 20 years plus now, where COVID-19 has actually made this a reality. So what we were preaching 20 odd years ago and even practicing, unfortunately, because of the lockdown, people have no other choice now than to actually find ways of how to create and adopt to this touchless remote economy and have a major digital transformation in all parts of their business. So blockchain is one of the technologies, and so is digital currencies to make that happen. The core we have through internet, now it's the blockchain, how you register it and make it decentralized, and how we transact through it through currency in a new modern way, which is faster, cheaper, more productive, rather than the cumbersome traditional banking ways. So over the next 2 days, what we will cover is various topics. So the topics mainly will help not only audiences, but even some speakers on various subjects. And let me just read a few. So various marketing needs and challenges that are currently presented to us in operating in a different manner. How to tokenize events, how to tokenize real estate, how to tokenize any form of asset, basically, and the challenges around it. The security and the cyber attacking types of subjects will be debated. We'll look at revenue streams in crypto, how to see where the future of the revenue is going to come, how to see where the future of blockchain, how to see the future of currency going forward. We will also look at various solution providers in here, from exchanges and how the exchange world will transform, right the way through to currencies, and also the central banking digital currency, the CBDC types of currencies. What is the future for them, and things along these lines. Last but not least, it's the age-old, the impact of AI, robotics, deep learning, and things along these lines that will have a major impact on all forms of businesses. And we will look at some live cases and also debate with some leading experts out there where it is now and where it's going to go. So those are the topics. Now, for all of you out here, please, for the speakers specifically, please register, please check and test your microphones. Just some logistics. Make sure microphones, headphones, Your video Zoom is all tested, many minutes before you actually come live. Try and be 20 minutes or so before the session actually starts, so you're in readiness and we are not fidgeting around during the event. For the audiences specifically as well, make sure you're registered, you have your sign-on link, and you can see it. This will be live broadcasted across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Live, and also some partners who will live stream this. I will certainly have it on my channel as well, Muru Patel. So look out for all these. So there is no shortage of places to see this live. However, we understand this is not real live one-on-one types of conferences. There will be recordings. However, it's nice to have a huge live audience. It's always great live. The next thing we'd like to cover over here is, why are we doing this like this in a tokenized manner? So, speakers specifically and the organizers generally have this thing going that, pay me this or pay this expense. And there's always this battle, who pays for what? And it's obvious, especially when people are traveling around and living and, assigning 2 to 3 days of their time often for the sake of an organizer trying to profiteer from it from many ways, from sponsorships, events, exhibitors, things like that. So what COVID-19 has actually done is absolutely disrupt this market. And that's why you see so many virtual conferences. And going forward now, you can imagine why we are doing this, because majority of the companies, no matter who you are, will question why any person needs to go and attend an event, flights, hotels, food, expenses, etc., unless you really are going there for face-to-face closing deals. And even that, I can debate that 50% of those can be really done through video ways of doing it and contractual ways of doing it. So all these expenses and time specifically will be challenged. I'd hate to say this, government are the biggest wasters of a lot of this, where they are constantly traveling around on our taxpayers' money, when a lot of this can also be done through the Zoom media, which COVID-19 has just highlighted, where loads of governments are having their sessions like this as well. So that is one big benefit. The second benefit is the debate about speakers and organizers and exhibitors and sponsors and all this, we are trying to address by saying, what, if we tokenize the event belongs to all the people participating. Be it you are a sponsor, you are a speaker, you are an organizer, you are a live stream producer, whoever you are, you own a slice of ownership of that platform when you are participating on it. So you become an asset holder. So even these can be done as a tokenized event, as a business. So the whole thing about ecosystems, share it with anyone who helps you. And if you use that ethos of the ecosystem, everybody should do the same in their own business. Nobody can do this blockchain business on their own. Learn to collaborate and cooperate and scale, because if you try and do it all yourself, you will fail. That's why over 90% have already failed, and over 90% of the ICOs too have failed for many reasons, which we won't go into now. Okay. Next thing we'd like to bring up over here is a big thank you for the main organizers and the sponsors, but in specific, CryptoCoin Pro, and a big shout to my good old friend Sergio. Well done for doing this and making it happen. And same with Tokeny and Streamlive and myself from Betra Exchange. So without this, it wouldn't happen. However, thank you to all the sponsors for helping to chip in, and thank you to all the speakers from the bottom of our heart. And within the next couple of weeks, you should get your token, hopefully, for participating in this VBS live event and all future VBS lives, where you will get first refusal for attendance as well as speaking panelist or whatever. Finally, what I'd like to say is enjoy the event, connect, share the link with all your friends who could benefit from this. And most importantly, we've already got over 10,000 subscribed users, but we want to break all records if we can, even though this was done as a rush, as these generally are at this moment in time. Please share it. I'm sure there's something in it for everyone who is in this space. Even if you're a traditional bricks and mortar type of person, use it as an education thing, because you don't lose anything. Okay. Look forward to seeing you inside, and look forward to any of your feedback as well. Have a great couple of days. Thank you. Hello, my name is Mru Patel. I'm a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, public speaker, etc. Anyway, welcome to the world's first tokenized blockchain summit. We call it the VBS Live. This is going to be one of many. It is a world's first, just to show the world that during COVID-19, business has to go on, and people have now prioritized how they spend their time, be it a balance with quality of life versus how they conduct conferences, speaking events, and things like that. Many benefits, I'll get into that later. However, why are we doing the world's first tokenized virtual summit? The reason being, a lot of people like myself who are speakers, we get invited to several of these, and I would say on a majority of times, the organizers generally cannot pay for your costs, nor your travel, accommodation, etc. And when you are stretched between so many of these, it is virtually impossible to accommodate as many as possible. And there's a lot of wasted time, effort, travel time, dead time, as we call it. So doing virtual events, I've been talking about it for years. In the 90s, my background is Sun Microsystems, Java.com. We used to have this thing called video conferencing. So when the internet started, we used to do global video conference events. And for those of you over here who remember those days, will recall that, when we were doing the Sun One and the Java exhibitions and conferences, a lot of these were televised, over internet, so people who could not travel, it could reach to tens and hundreds of thousands of people. So take it on 20 years plus now, where COVID-19 has actually made this a reality. So what we were preaching 20 odd years ago and even practicing, unfortunately, because of the lockdown, people have no other choice now than to actually find ways of how to create and adopt to this touchless remote economy and have a major digital transformation in all parts of their business. So blockchain is one of the technologies, and so is digital currencies to make that happen. The core we have through internet. Now it's the blockchain, how you register it and make it decentralized, and how we transact through it through currency in a new modern way, which is faster, cheaper, more productive, rather than the cumbersome traditional banking ways. So over the next 2 days, what we will cover is various topics. So the topics mainly will help not only audiences, but even some speakers on various subjects. And let me just read a few. So various marketing needs and challenges that are currently presented to us in operating in a different manner. How to tokenize events, how to tokenize real estate, how to tokenize any form of asset, basically, and the challenges around it. The security and the cyber attacking types of subjects will be debated. We'll look at revenue streams in crypto, how to see where the future of revenue is going to come, how to see where the future of blockchain, how to see the future of currency going forward. We will also look at various solution providers in here, from exchanges and how the exchange world will transform, right the way through to currencies, and also the central banking digital currency, the CBDC types of currencies. What is the future for them, and things along these lines. Last but not least, it's the age-old, the impact of AI, robotics, deep learning, and things along these lines that will have a major impact on all forms of businesses. And we will look at some live cases and also debate with some leading experts out there where it is now and where it's going to go. So those are the topics. Now, for all of you out here, please, for the speakers specifically, please register please check and test your microphones. Just some logistics. Make sure microphones, headphones, your video Zoom is all tested, many minutes before you actually come live. Try and be 20 minutes or so before the session actually starts, so you're in readiness and we are not fidgeting around during the event. For the audiences specifically as well, make sure you're registered, you have your sign-on link, and you can see it. This will be live broadcasted across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Live, and also some partners who will live stream this. I will certainly have it on my channel as well, Muru Patel. So look out for all these. So there is no shortage of places to see this live. However, we understand this is not real live one-on-one types of conferences. There will be recordings. However, it's nice to have a huge live audience. It's always great live. The next thing we'd like to cover over here is, why are we doing this like this in a tokenized manner? So, speakers specifically and the organizers generally have this thing going that, pay me this or pay this expense. And there's always this battle, who pays for what? And it's obvious, especially when people are traveling around and living and, assigning 2 to 3 days of their time often for the sake of an organizer trying to profiteer from it from many ways, from sponsorships, events, exhibitors, things like that. So what COVID-19 has actually done is absolutely disrupt this market. And that's why you see so many virtual conferences. And going forward now, you can imagine why we are doing this, because majority of the companies, no matter who you are, will question why any person needs to go and attend an event, flights, hotels, food, expenses, etc., unless you really are going there for face-to-face closing deals. And even that, I can debate that 50% of those can be really done through video ways of doing it and contractual ways of doing it. So all these expenses and time specifically will be challenged. I'd hate to say this, government are the biggest wasters of a lot of this, where they are constantly traveling around on our taxpayers' money, when a lot of this can also be done through the Zoom media, which COVID-19 has just highlighted, where loads of governments are having their sessions like this as well. So that is one big benefit. The second benefit is the debate about speakers and organizers and exhibitors and sponsors and all this, we are trying to address by saying, what, if we tokenize the event belongs to all the people participating. Be it you're a sponsor, you're a speaker, you're an organizer, you are a live stream producer, whoever you are, you own a slice of ownership of that platform when you're participating on it. So you become an asset holder. So even these can be
Okay, hi everyone, and thank you for joining VBS Live, the world's first tokenized event. First of all, I'd like to thank my good friend and business partner, Sergio Draganus, for making this event possible, as well as all of our sponsors. With that being said, I'm very excited to have 4 amazing speakers join me today on this panel about marketing for blockchain projects. So I'd like to jump right in and introduce you to today's speakers. First off, we have Annie Alexander. Annie is an experienced blockchain marketer and international speaker, as well as podcaster, startup mentor, and best-selling fiction author. That's quite a mouthful. And she's here today as the head of marketing for Amazix. Also joining us is Amelia Tomasicchio. As an expert in digital marketing, Amelia began working in the fintech sector in 2014 after writing her thesis on Bitcoin technology. Previously, she has been working for Cointelegraph and as a CMO at iDo. Now she's joining us as the co-founder and editor-in-chief for The Cryptonomist. All the way from China, I'd like to introduce Fan Wu. Fan first came into contact with blockchain in early 2016 after comparing and analyzing hundreds of projects which were starting up back then and investing in over 60 of them. Fan felt that there should be an easier way for investors to invest in these projects, and she founded tokenrank.co, of which she's also the CEO. And last and certainly not least, we have Ike Onita. Ike is the founder of Guana Dupa Bitcoin. I hope I pronounced that somewhat right,
That's
Ike.
good.
And Guana Dupa Bitcoin is the only news outlet in Romania fully dedicated to the crypto environment. And he joined the industry in 2014, I believe. And since then, he studied the markets, developments, evolution of the whole ecosystem. With that being said, I'd like to give each of you 1 or 2 minutes to explain your project to the audience before we start with the questions. And to the audience, I'd like you to chime in with your questions, and we try to answer as many as possible. We would like to make this as interactive as possible. So who wants to take it away? Maybe you, Annie?
Yeah, sure. So I'm head of marketing at Amazix. Amazix is a global blockchain consultancy and marketing firm. So we provide end-to-end services to blockchain projects, but my department and my team specifically are focusing on providing marketing strategy services and helping them implement those strategies from start to finish. We have worked with more than 130 projects up to date, and we've been one of the first companies that were doing community management services 24/7, and we're still doing that at the moment. And we've been completely remote work hasn't been anything new to us, because from day one the whole company has been working remotely from 27 different countries. So yeah, that's it.
So you kind of had a head start on this whole remote working thing.
Yeah, from the work perspective, not too much has changed from that side of the COVID-19. Yes.
Yeah, that's good. Amelia?
Yeah. As you said, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Cryptonomist. Cryptonomist is an Italian and English magazine online. It is free for the readers. We talk about fintech, blockchain, and cryptocurrency, but also we provide marketing consulting for fintech and blockchain companies. So we help them, I don't know, for example, to launch their ICO or STO. And regarding the Italian marketing, we are the magazine with more views and more readers. So we are proud of that.
Yeah, market leader. Fun, maybe a little bit about your project Token Rank.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, hello everybody. This is Fan Wu from China, and TokenRank.co is basically a exchange focused on primary markets. So let's say if you wanna raise money to sell your token, what you do? You just register your project in our platform, and after we check all the information, make sure your project is good and safe, then you can send your token to our platform. So send your token to our wallet, so the investor can buy your token directly from our platform. Also, investor can give rank to each project also every users, including the project and the users, the investors can be applied to be the specialist to help all the projects to be easier to be understand. For example, to analyze the business model and analyze the coding, analyze the technique, stuff like that. Also, if you met any scam, you can report to us. Then we're going to show all the scam project to the whole market. Now we have more than 6,000 projects and more than 30K users, mostly from China. And now we focus on looking for cooperate with Europe, for example, bank and some capital, basic.
Yeah. So, Ike, you want to take it away?
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Ike. I joined the space in 2014, as you mentioned before, a year after I founded goanadupabitcoin.ro. Translated in English is Bitcoin Rush. In 2019, I developed an educational program based on content, on video content. And also, I'm a co-founder on cryptojob.com, hiring and recruitment platform in this space. I want to salute everyone, and I hope my experience will bring value to this event.
I'm sure you've been in this space quite a long time for such a new industry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's get started with the questions. Regarding to news, what is your audience currently looking for? Is it mainly updates on legislation, maybe security issues? Are they looking for investment or just educational content to learn more about blockchain? What would you say?
Well, if I may,
yeah,
I can
sure.
start. If I were to make a top, I say on the first place, people are interested in investment, especially in ideas that would make them rich overnight. Still, more people learn to distinguish between scams and real opportunities. So next on my top would be educational content and news, because both are very important in analyzing the data. You cannot understand any type of information in this space without having the knowledge and the information itself. It is not applicable if you don't know the global context. So I believe education will bring value. So my main focus is in this direction.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah. Regarding cryptonomist, I would say news and updates, especially when a crypto goes up or down. People wants to read the reason why this is happening. Of course, is related to investment. So this is the main topic. We try to see the market and to try to understand if there are news about this cryptocurrency, why this cryptocurrency is going up or down. So I think for my experience, for cryptonomists, people want to read more news and trading, so investment analysis of cryptocurrency most of all. But also I have to say we do a lot of interviews, and especially when there are people, of course, very known in the sector, it's a kind of content people wants to read.
Sure, yeah, makes sense. Anyone else have any, let's say, other topics other than investment or educational content, which go hand in hand? You can't do any investment if you're not educated on the topic. So I think that's an important issue you guys cover with your news outlets, educating the people out there and telling them about the risk of scams and, let's say, projects that don't bring any value to the space.
Yeah, for sure, education is important, as Ike said, because people want to understand if they are reading about fake news or scams. For example, now I notice in the recent months, people are very interested in seeing the data of Google Trends, for example, of reading reviews of some Bitcoin profit and something like that, some scam. Luckily, people trying to find out if it is a scam before investing in it. So we are trying to educate people this way.
Yeah.
Which may I?
Yeah, sure.
Which I find something very interesting that I believe people are not able to be educated. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, because we've been all noticed that in the past years we have all kind of information. For example, how many users in this Telegram group and how many followers on our media society, stuff like that. So when it comes to a point, we don't know which news is true or not anymore. And we also notice some token basically have no very wise business model or very high technique. The price goes up like crazy. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to create a platform that everybody can give rank. We believe that, say, each project can name their value, can talk all their talk about all their things, but the market is smart and all the users is smart. That when we face to all those projects display in front of us, we always can find the better one. If we can't, we can also follow the most users. Because very interesting, cryptocurrency market is a trust market. The value depend on trust. So let's say it doesn't matter that the what's the truth of this project anymore. It's a matter how many users, how many followers, how many believers, how many holders. So what we're trying to do in Token Rank is that we create a system can display all the projects and all users can analyze and give ranks. So when each investors come to our platform, come to our website, they can see, okay, this project is really hot. It's really hot. Also, they can see what marks, what tags other users give it to it. For example, it's a scam and there has no real value. So in this way, we're trying to give users all the information from this market. When they decide to participate or not, it's really up to them. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah. So that's also the reason that we're trying to looking for cooperate with bank. We believe the final way to solve all the scam is cooperate with a centralized exchange, just like Token Rank, and with all the with the banks, with the politicals. So yeah,
so,
that's my
it's interesting from your perspective in China, but it sounds very similar to what we experience here in Europe. I think investors get more sophisticated, especially the institutional ones, but the retail investor has still a long way to go and learn about the space if he's not from an IT background, I would say. Also, I would be interested in knowing what gets the highest social media reactions on your platform? Which content? Does it have to have a, let's say, Bitcoin in the title, or which content gets the highest amount of reactions?
It's hard to say because all the data can be fake, right? So what we can do is, yeah, that's the truth. All the data can be fake. All the data can be made out. So eventually that all users have to choose. I always believe there has a hand in this market we can't see. The matter is we need to match all the information. That's what we do. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. Now, I think what the space is lacking, and maybe that is why what stands out and it becomes more visible and gets more engagement, is basically stories, and stories beyond the token and beyond the token price and beyond the trading. Stories of the brands and of stories of the projects in terms of why they came up with this idea, what they are trying to achieve, what is the vision, and what it is bringing into everyday people's lives, right? Not really, concentrating on the technology itself and not really focusing on how is it built, because if your project is a B2C project and your target audience and future users are not a token traders, they don't care how the whole technology works. What they care about is what the project brings into their everyday life and how it changes it. So, and human stories in the content of the blockchain space is not very common thing, but that is something that can go beyond crypto audience and can get higher engagement because people will resonate with it. They will understand better what it really means, and it won't be just a piece full of different terms that they can't even understand.
Yeah, makes total sense to me, because you put a person's face to the project and you can relate more to what this person is trying to achieve with their solution. And if you understand the person, that helps you understand the product as well. So I can see that, yeah. Ike, anything from your side?
I believe that it's up to the individual to make his own research regarding what Fan said about fake data.
Yeah. And regarding social media, let's say reach, what would you say are the most popular topics you cover?
Bitcoin, and also security breach. Security breach, it has a pretty good engagement, because people start to understand that they are the responsibility is in their hands, so they need more information in this direction.
Yeah. So when projects approach your platforms or your news outlets, what are their requests? Do they want an article up? Do they want to get connected? Do you manage their social media, or what's the most common request?
In my example, for cryptonomists, I told you we have two kind of users, two kind of clients now. We have the readers for the magazine, and we have clients or companies for the marketing agency. Speaking of the last one, usually they come from us to us if they want to launch a new project in the blockchain space. For example, I don't know, they are a traditional company, but they're starting to use the blockchain, so they want people know this new activity they are doing, so they come to us to have articles or interview on cryptonomists, or in general to have a strategy to reach the mass market, to get the attention of their potential clients. And usually they are or traditional companies that are interested in launching a project into the blockchain space, or they are blockchain space and they want to find investors, so they are launching an ICO or an STO. Usually it's this kind of clients we have.
Yeah. Any different experiences on the panel here? Or
for me, it's about the exposure and trust. They ask me lots of things, but this is like the first engagement. They ask me, and then when I reply to them with a couple of questions, they never answer again. People that follow my work know that I give objective information and products that I already tested or I tested before. Still, it's a misunderstood in crypto space. If in my country or in worldwide I can offer exposure, the business itself must have a clear mission that should tell their customers and offer trust and transparency to their services and products. I believe this is.
I think what many projects misunderstand is they think that being featured somewhere, having a PR piece out there is this holy grail, and once they have one article published somewhere, it's gonna solve all their issues. The thing is that the PR exposure is very important, but it's just one part of the puzzle, and it's like a microphone. It amplifies the message. So, and it kind of, it brings exposure to a project, which if the project is not yet ready, if there are still some issues or whatever the state of the project is at, the PR is gonna just bring more visibility to the whole thing. And as a result, if you are not in a good shape yet, more people will know that you are not in a good shape. So essentially you are paying for more, for just getting this public exposure of you not being ready yet. So I always recommend people to make sure that all the aspects, like strategically, everything works together, and PR is pushing and amplifying what you have already created. So unless you have a really everything ready and good positioning and messaging in place, unless you know what you want to say and your message is consistent, you shouldn't really go out there and pay publications to publish your story yet until you're ready.
Yeah, makes sense. I think a lot of projects think they are legitimized by being featured on a news outlet like yours or you guys is here, and I think they need to have everything in place and be ready for the exposure they are getting from you guys. So otherwise it just has no effect. You can show the article to investors, but if you can't engage with your audience or your customers, what's the point, right? So yeah, I think we are already at the end of our short panel here. We need to make space for the next speakers, which will be Miko Matsumura from Evercoin, Chris Kamier from Sustaining Capital, Jose Macedo from O1 Capital, and Xavier Brook from DCL Group. So thank you guys for joining me here, and have fun with the other panels.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so let's get started. Hello, I'm Sergiu Dragănuș, the organizer of the world's first tokenized event, and I'm very happy to have you all together joining the event today. I'm the moderator of an amazing panel related to the future of the crypto investments, and I would like to do a short intro for the panelists present today in the event. As you know, it's Miko Matsumura, the founder of Evercoin. Probably many of you already know Miko from different other events related to crypto. Miko is a general partner in Gami Cryptos, and he is related to several projects related to crypto. We have also Christian Kemir. Christian Kemir from Sustaining Capital. He is the managing partner, a venture capital firm investing in blockchain and decentralized finances solutions. We have also Xavier Bach from DCL Luxembourg. He is the founder, the executive director, and the CEO. DCL group is related to EuroDNS and VoidGet projects with pretty high notoriety. And we have also present here Jose Macedo from a partner at O1 Capital. Previously, he held the advisory department at Amazix, and as most of us know, Amazix is a company who helped many blockchain projects, increasing awareness and managing the communities to boost their audiences. So I will start with the first questions for this panel. In your opinion, as investor, what is the primary invention introduced by the blockchain, and what innovation does the paradigm enable? So please, if you want Christian to take this question from the beginning.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I assume everybody at some point in time read the Bitcoin white paper, right? And if you haven't, please do, and please do so again, because it's very important just to embrace really what the title itself says, like the invention of peer-to-peer cash. And more often than not, what we find in our daily business that a lot of projects haven't really embraced that yet. What I mean by that, the real invention that the Bitcoin white paper provides is not blockchain technology, right? Blockchain technology is obviously not even referenced, it's not even mentioned. There's a footnote 2, that references a timestamping mechanism. And so that's actually the blockchain technology part, and that was invented in 1991. So it's the idea of hashing and timestamping data in a consecutive manner. So whenever people talk about blockchain technology, what they're really talking about is this particular encryption scheme. And so whenever you enter a new space, doesn't matter if it's technology or something else, you want to learn the language first, because your basic building blocks, your technology, if you will, is your language. And on a daily basis, that's what we see people really not doing. So we ended up with a lot of metaphors that make up the space. So we're talking about coins and tokens and mining. Obviously, there aren't any coins, there aren't any tokens, and there is no mining going on, right? Those are all metaphors that we use to explain what's happening technology-wise. But I think it's very important as a technologist that you understand that the real invention is actually that of the peer-to-peer bearer instrument as expressed by solving the double spend problem, right? The quote-unquote unstoppable code. And it's not really obviously unstoppable. It's just the fact that you can usually see it was executed and everybody can see if and when it will be reversed. So that then consequently creates a digital bearer instrument. And just real quick, the usual bearer instrument that everybody will be familiar with is your US dollar in a printed fashion, as in I hand it over to you, you have it, I don't have it anymore. The transaction is settled, you don't need to know my name, it's anonymous, and there aren't any transaction costs. So if you realize that those are the tenets of peer-to-peer cash, you also realize that we never got that, right? So to this day, we don't actually have peer-to-peer cash because obviously there are transaction costs right now. So at this point in time, we actually haven't fulfilled the original promise of the Bitcoin white paper itself. So knowing that, a call to action, please create, if you want to stick with the metaphor of mining, create a minting function for blockchain. But more importantly, realize what you're trying to build usually will be a peer-to-peer bearer instrument that is digital in nature. So keep the tenants in mind, as in it needs to be anonymous, it needs to be transaction cost free, and it needs to ideally instantly settle. So once you understand that, then you can build the right technology. Sorry, that was a little longer than you expected, I assume.
Yeah, I think it's a very good approach here. And at the same time, I have here an additional question related to this one. How does it work related to the current regulations available, basically, in the US or in Europe? Because we know that the technology gives us the huge advantage to create amazing things, but currently the regulations keep us down. They are keeping us still down. I mean, we have several examples here in this panel of amazing projects which can be scaled up extremely high, but the regulations still makes some problems when you talk about the tradition, the interaction with the traditional fiat industry.
I mean, we are technology investors, right? So what I usually say is, if you need to comply with any regulation, you have to understand what the technology is delivering on, because the default interaction in any open society is that of private enterprise. So all those regulations that you typically see, they don't apply to people doing peer-to-peer transactions. They apply to custodians, they apply to intermediaries and so forth. But as a default scenario, that's actually not the case if you are handling these instruments by yourself, right? And that's the main confusion in the space. I'm unfortunately plagued with both somewhat of an engineering degree as well as a law degree. So, and I'm favoring the engineering part very heavily.
Yeah. So please, for the same question, I feel that someone else wants to add more. So
I want to go back to the first question, actually, which is, I think Christian really did hit the nail on the head by scoping it fairly narrowly, but I want to expand it slightly, which is obviously the intention of peer-to-peer electronic cash is unfulfilled, but I think it is important to look at the idea that a history recording consensus ledger technology has been created, right? And that this consensus principle of a distributed and durable history is actually fairly novel, right? So the question then becomes, well, what is the expected scope of applications? And I think the applications that would make sense relate to things like ensuring that there's trust across potentially, obviously requiring multiple parties. So multi-party trust applications. And typically when you involve trust applications, you're involving things of value being transferred, right? So I'd like to really kind of open it a little bit to potentially, internet of value transactions, starting with financial services, so obviously cash is an application, but I would say that if you look at other potential applications, it really has to do with creating a consensus trust fabric, so it's sort of multi-party trust, sort of history recording, distributed ledger. But let me open it up a little bit and see what other people have, especially on the regulatory topic.
I'm probably going to open it up even a bit more. I mean, at the risk of offending Chris's engineering brain, my background comes more from sort of, I was a professional high stakes poker player before this, so I come at it very much from a game theory and incentive perspective. And for me, what this is a new form of sort of human cooperation and a new kind of business model for digital networks from my perspective. So I mean, networks from the beginning of time are what kind of allowed us to cooperate and evolve as a species, right? From family to money, religion, physical networks like roads, and now, of course, the kind of all-pervasive digital networks. They form the lifeblood of civilization. And I think the big thing about networks is they follow rules, right? And you need someone to enforce those rules. And normally, what we've done in the past is we've appointed some kind of centralized entity that enforces those rules, whether it's the patriarch, priests, governments, central banks, corporations. There's some kind of corpus, central corpus that's in charge with enforcing those rules. And that's kind of how we've, that was why also the invention of the joint stock company and the invention of the corporation was so big. And for me, what we're seeing now is we're seeing the limits and the breaking point of that model. With digital, these networks have gotten so large that the power of the network operator has increased and imposed like additional costs on participants. Whereas a small network, maybe participants can keep the network operator in check. I think as these networks grow massive, money grows massive as Facebook, Google, Amazon grow massive. I think that the costs imposed on participants grow massive as well, whether it's the use of our data, whether it's the loss of innovation, loss of permissionless innovation from having these closed platforms. I think all of that are costs on participants. And for me, what blockchain does is, for the first time in history, I think, enables the creation of networks that aren't controlled or owned by anyone, you know? So rather than a centralized platform operator, what we have is a system of crypto economic incentives, code, and consensus rules. And so you don't have to trust one entity, you have to trust the underlying incentives. And I think what this does is open up a new form of coordination that started off with money and Bitcoin challenging central banks, you know, the peer-to-peer digital cash, and then moved on to other things that we're probably going to discuss later on.
Yeah. Sabi, if you have something.
I would like to add something here. So what Jose just said is not trust a single entity. And if I bring my head as a VC or business angel, I would also say that the technology also, additionally to removing this one trust entity, also is a big matter of cost reduction and optimization of the flow and automation of processes that comes along with it, making it then in huge cost reduction and even eliminating middlemen and intermediaries that also in this industry, in this world now, take huge amount of money out. Taking examples of solutions in the supply chain management and the food safety tracking, going to everything around voting or around of course, tokenization is the most known aspect, but also notary world. So there are a lot of business applications and areas where this now will come in play, and where as an investor you will look at it at especially what problems is it solving and what is the efficiency on the cost side.
Yeah, exactly in this direction, Xavier. Basically, what investment trends do you see blockchain enable in the next 5 years? Because you've already mentioned the supply chain part and the cost optimization in several different industries. What do you think will be the one which will be the most, the ones that will offer the highest opportunities for investors?
So investors will, as I said, so investors will definitely look at the solutions and what is the problem that is being solved, especially on the cost cutting side. And also on, of course, the trust level of the solutions. Right now, what I see most is where the business angels and investors are looking for is everything around, of course, the financial sector and RegTech around digital identity, solving that part. What I just mentioned, the logistic part with the supply chain management, and especially also around everything around food safety or food tracking, together with IoT, combined with IoT that automatically feeds data, is also a very hot topic. Another one, but where the benefits and cash-wise is not so strong, is everything around intellectual property. But the business model is not that clear right now. The entire world around notaries and so on is too much linked, is also an aspect, but too much linked to regulation, too heavy. So it's always a matter, where is the regulation, what will be the lobby that you will be facing, and what makes sense. So there are a lot of variables to analyze, and but a lot will change, and investors are following that very closely.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't. Just to provide a little contrast for the audience, you know, I'm less bullish on supply chain. I'm because of the problem of incentives. You know, so there's proof of inspection, so you have kind of weak off-chain proofs moving on-chain. So it's essentially an Oracle problem. You know, so I'm not confident about that. I would say the other one is, you know, not particularly confident about, you know, intellectual property type of things. You know, so as far as vertical industry applications, you know, our fund looks exclusively at financial services industry vertical, and you know, payments and remittance and you know, financial securities and you know, a number of these types of topics, you know, futures, derivatives, options, you know, so it's very financial stuff. And then whether it be retail or crypto or institutional. And then on the other vertical that we're interested in is we're interested in DeFi and the intersection of DeFi and gaming. So, you know, gaming and financial services, we think, are fairly early adopting for this type of technology. Others we feel are lagging.
Yeah, very much the same on kind of echo those comments on my front. I think the problem, the Oracle problem is a really good way to put it. From my perspective, it's just, we want to focus on industries where the underlying asset is or can be digital and thus represented on chain. Because the problem when you have a kind of physical asset or something that's off chain, a house, stock, intellectual property, is that what you're trading on chain is always an IOU, right? And ultimate settlement doesn't really happen on chain. Like you can always go to the legal system and effectively like revoke that settlement. So, if you have a security token and Warren Buffett holds his Coke shares as a security token and some 17-year-old hacks his account, that guy doesn't own 7% of Coke, right? Like Coke can just revoke the shares. And I think that's a problem with all these off-chain assets, which is why we're also really interested in finance, because finance is virtual. Money is virtual. It's always been sort of a social technology more than anything. And then gaming as well. Really interested in sort of in-game economies, how that's going to meld with DeFi, the ERC-721 and the NFTs we're really interested in. So yeah, those are the areas that we're looking at the most as well.
Thanks. Christian, please.
Yeah, so what Miko, Xavier, and Jose said is all utterly correct. And I agree with absolutely most of what they have been saying. I think the most important thing to realize is that all the value that's being created and all the alpha that can be generated is in the on and off ramps, because that's where all the work needs to be done, and that's where all the friction is currently. And there's not enough work to be done, not enough work that's being done there right now. What I mean by that is you can technically, obviously, not invest in blockchain. That's like invest in internet. That's obviously nonsense, right? What you're investing in is in removing the friction. And so there you can think of intake systems that then take large-scale documents and digitize those in a protocol form, right? Where they can then build the beginnings of quote-unquote digital assets. And that's unfortunately also a very, very abused term, as in there's very few really digital assets in the narrow sense, as in your lowercase b Bitcoin, the Bitcoin mining reward is a digital asset because it's digitally native, and some tokens are like NFTs can be digitally native. But again, if you're using terms like tokenizing houses, tokenizing other assets, that's again just a metaphor. From a technical perspective, it doesn't make any sense because the token is the peer-to-peer bearer instrument of a public blockchain. Obviously, you can't move it this way. It's like digitizing. It's like saying I took a digital picture of a house and I digitized that house. No, you didn't digitize that house, right? And again, there in the early days, and unfortunately still, there was this theory that was circulating around the blockchain space of the flat protocol. That's utterly wrong, obviously, right? So there's very little value in the protocol itself, just like there's hardly any value in the voice over IP protocol. Value is in putting out an application that runs it, like a Skype, right? But for that to happen, you need to actually onboard the user, and you also need to quote unquote onboard the assets. And this comes back to what I said earlier. We still haven't realized digital cash for that matter. So once we see that, everything else will fall into place. And we recently started to look at supply chain again, and there you see kind of the same problem. It's exactly what Miko said earlier, because the onboarding in supply chain, as far as the physical good is concerned, will always involve humans. But in order to onboard those, you actually need to have a useful identity protocol on public mainnet, which is really to say you need to have cryptographic primitives that are not recorded on the blockchain itself. That's one of the main fallacies. The ledger component of a blockchain is almost always never used to record anything. It's just to signify the transaction is settled, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're going to a market and someone hands you a loaf of bread and you hand over your digital cash and the transaction is settled. So the whole goods transfer is settled. You want to achieve the same thing. You don't necessarily care where I got the cash from, neither do I necessarily care where you got the bread from. That's some nuances that we want to introduce later on if you want to buy, let's say, ethically farmed produce and so forth. But at the moment, that's not the main problem we're trying to solve. At the moment, we're trying to solve the problem that transactions aren't immediately settable on a blockchain-based implementation, if that makes sense. So everybody needs to focus more and more on those off-ramps. And last word to that is identity will not be solved on blockchain, right? For obvious reasons. So identity will be addressed on a graph-based solution.
Yeah, in this direction, I've on all your answers, I've understood. I've heard something very important: the trust part and the security part. Jose even mentioned a little bit earlier that the product can be hacked. I think all of us already had some unpleasant surprises with this technology. Starting, I don't know, with the Ethereum Classic, with the fork, with whatever. So here I would like to hear your opinion about how important is security, because we think, okay, Bitcoin sounds nice, Ethereum sounds, other projects sounds very nice, and they are trustable. How trustable? How much trust can we put in them directly? And is the case to use them or to add some additional services to improve the trust?
So I'm passionate about this topic because when I got first started in Bitcoin, I got hacked, and this is a classical SIM swap attack, and I believe that one of the biggest issues with actually onboarding people, as Christian pointed out, into this new paradigm, is really to provide better user experiences. And, one of the fundamental user experiences is not to lose all your money. So to me, this is fundamental. And because of this, I actually launched an information website called safercrypto.org. And, you can get a lot of really interesting tips and tricks about how to secure your digital domain, including privacy, but, also including digital assets. So, I just wanted to throw that in the pot because, I'm pretty passionate about the topic of personal cybersecurity. And I think in terms of trust and cybersecurity, really we need to focus on the most reliable and proven assets. And, I think obviously, people who deploy risk capital like us, we can venture a little bit further out. But I would say that the general public should not be making wild investments into speculative assets.
Thank you. Thank you, Nico. So I think we'll have only a couple of minutes left. So I'll have another question from all of you. So I've understand the type of projects that are interested in for the investors. I've understood this part. But if we have a project in area, a financial area or a gaming area, would you go for a simple projects in the gaming area which solve a very simple and clear task, like for example changing items into different games or betting or something like this? Or are you looking for some sort of project that are going for moonshots? I don't know, going to change the world from a specific perspective. I don't know. Really,
I think everything has to start simple. We're an investor in OpenSea, which is the world's largest marketplace for NFTs. So sales marketplace is simple. We're an investor in Bling Financial, which just rewards users for playing mobile games with Bitcoin. It's all simple, right? So, for me, simple things, that's where you start. Obviously, the details get complicated, but, I think really solving a clear pain or solution for a user is what matters the most.
I fully agree. And the classical rule of investors don't change here. Right? It's not because it's a crypto world that it changed. You still look at the business plan. You still look at what problems you are solving, and you still look at the quality of the team. So all the rules of investment are still applicable. Nothing's changing, actually.
Okay, thank you. Something else to be added?
Well, there's this old adage in our vertical that says being too early is the same as being wrong.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing over and over again today, where a lot of people are way too early for certain solutions. And oftentimes we'll make this relationship to the current state of blockchain, to the state of dial-up. I don't know how many guys of you are old enough to remember acoustic couplers. In my mind, that's exactly where we are. We're still acoustic couplers. We are still jamming like a phone receiver into some nozzle on the desk, hoping that someone on the other end will create it. When I create those DTMF tones, will actually receive them. That's where we really are, right? Because in order to actually participate in the quote-unquote ecosystem, you first have to jump through many, many hoops at the moment. And so we need to do away with that.
I would agree. Yeah, I think we're much earlier than most people think. I think when you look back at like obviously I didn't invest through it, but when you look back at the .com bubble and see some of the companies that were launched there, Pets.com, you know, the delivery companies, all of them were ideas that now exist and are successful businesses. You know, that they were just sort of 10 to 20 years too early, right?
Yeah.
And with a load of those businesses, there was just a lot of infrastructure that needed to exist for that to be viable, right? Like Uber relies on GPS, it relies on simple payment APIs, it relies on a bunch of tech infrastructure that had to be built. And for us, it's about kind of identifying where these spaces are going, what infrastructure needs to exist. We don't really want to be investing in anything that relies on infrastructure that hasn't been built yet. And at the same time, then when we're looking at infrastructure, we have to look at, is this sort of infrastructure that you can capture value for, or is it stuff that's just really useful? I mean, an example is sort of Cosmos, right? Like Cosmos consider incredibly useful infrastructure. Like Cosmos SDK is really useful. There's really cool stuff built on it, but actually the value capture of the Atom token makes less sense, right? Because there's no real need. I mean, you can use the Cosmos blockchain for security, but you don't have to. And so I think that's one of the issues with investing in infrastructure is you don't only have to determine whether it's useful and whether it will succeed, but also that even if it succeeds, will it be able to capture value, especially with these new sort of new financial instruments that tokens represent. You know, there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of just a lot of token models that don't really make much sense. So I think those questions are important as well.
Yeah. Okay, then thank you for your time, first of all. Thank you for your answers. I'm very glad that I had you here in the panel. So thanks again. We'll have to close the panel right now. The other one will follow in the next 3-4 minutes. So thank you, guys, and hope to see you again in the next edition of the Virtual Blockchain Summit. All the best.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, we need to go VBS live. VBS.live.
Yeah, I think we should just get started, right?
Sounds good to me.
We need to go on the live channel and see
welcome everybody.
I think there's a bit of feedback.
I'm sorry, Muru. What? Yeah, I think we should just get started. So I'm not sure, Muru, if you're closer to the organizers and you're able to see if you're live or not. Okay, so I think we're live. I just got a message from Emmanuel. So welcome everybody to VBS, Virtual Blockchain Summit. Welcome to all of you from United States, from Canada, from Europe, from all around the world. My name is Adrian Christian. I'm the moderator today for this part of the event entitled Revenue Streams in Cryptocurrency Industry. So we have a great speakers with us today. Muru Patel, Wasim, David Schnetzer, Bogdan Albu, and Tony Evans. So many thanks to all of you to join us today. If you'd like to introduce a couple of elements about yourself, and then we're just gonna get going. So I'm gonna start with you, Muru.
Yeah, hi, I'm Muru Patel. For those of you who watched the intro video, you should have seen a little bit about me. There's a lot of feedback on this, so I hope people can hear it. Has someone got the speakers on? Maybe that's why it's picking it up.
Yeah, let's have everyone mute their mic.
If someone's got the speaker on, that's why it's bouncing. And it's echoing. Adrian, you came in last, so it must be you. We were fine before you joined. Okay, so yeah, my name is Muru Patel. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and yes, it was Adrian's microphone that's not working. That's why now it's fine. So Adrian, let us get on with it. I'm a serial entrepreneur, public speaker, currently the co-founder and chairman of Better Exchange, as well as Let's Beat Coronavirus. So I'm here to help people transform into the new digital transformation world, as well as make life easy for people to trade and make money, which is what this topic's all about.
Awesome. So let's move to Wasim.
Sure. Hey, everyone. I'm Wasim. I'm with Celsius Network. I'm a solutions architect. So I get to handle a little bit of the product side and also handle some of the business development side, make sure they work nicely together. So any new initiatives coming into the product, I get to have a hand in making those come to life. So I'm happy to be here with you all today.
Awesome. Welcome. And David Schnetzer from Austria.
So, hi guys. My name is David. I'm the CEO of cryptocurrency custody solution here in Austria, and we are the link between the old economy, typical financial market. We're talking about banks, family offices, investment bonds, and the whole financial market industry. And we are the link between the blockchainers and the old economy to make this whole thing more, the whole stuff around the community more transparent for the old economy. We are highly regulated. We have ISO certification 27001, and we have we are regulated by the Financial Market Authority from Austria. Yeah, and for revenue streams and cryptocurrencies, we also offer the solution to do masternode staking, proof of stake, delegated proof of stake. You know the whole stuff about staking, and also masternode sharing. I think that's interesting because we have developed our own offline solution for this. So we have offline private key custody and have also the possibility to stake all tokens. Yeah.
Welcome, David.
I think the next person should just carry on. Adrian's mic is really playing up. Who? Just carry on. Whoever the next person is, unmute and carry on.
Hi guys, I will start if it's okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Bogdan Albu. I am an international business consultant for brokerage companies across the world. I offer consulting services from setup to restructuring to technology operational management, and also I work as a, let's say, consultant for startups, as I collaborate with a few incubators and accelerators, and I also helped a few crypto exchanges recently to enter into such programs, and it's a pleasure to meet all of you. It's something new to me. I am more accustomed to the, let's say, brokerage or more traditional environment, and it's a real pleasure to be here.
Okay, who hasn't spoken or introduced themselves?
Me, Tony Evans. I'm co-founder of the FGC Group, based out in Tokyo, but we're a global company dealing with investors. Other side, we help investors create portfolios that to invest into the blockchain and crypto projects, but also create the traditional portfolio for them. On the other side of the business, we're also doing a lot of acquisitions of projects that have failed, and we're either merging them together with existing businesses or merging the projects together and relaunching them, and that goes for asset stripping as well. So we're focusing on the traditional and the old, more on the finance side. I'm not a tech guy, and I'm more on the finance side. So it's exactly as David is, the old and the new together, and I think it's a good combination of us all, of the old and the new. So yeah, looking forward to the discussion, guys.
Okay, I guess that's everyone introduced. Adrian, can you just try and put a headphone on, because it's just poor every time you come on. So just try and put a headphone in. Let me kick off with the first question that you gave me. Okay.
Okay. Why
So
don't
just
you do
try and put a
that?
headphone.
Ultimately,
Okay.
it's
So Adrian's first question was, how do people in this current marketplace make money and enter into the crypto space? Where are the opportunities? How would we, as a panelist group over here, advise people to do? So of course I can kick it off and then people can add to it. Okay, so let's try and kick it.
But not financial advice, correct?
And by the way, I was that's the first thing I would say. Please do not take this as financial advice. Do your own research, do your own due diligence, as with all industries. This is not financial advice. So for those of you who are what we call in the crypto space newbies, first and foremost, it's like any investment. And you know, Bogdan and David and Tony and all these people and myself, I've come from old school as well, including real estate investments and .com days investments as well. So with anything, do your own research. So learn about what is this crypto all about. And then in terms of making revenue, there are a number of different ways of making revenue. All comes down to you as a person, your risk profile, how much risk you're going to take, what are you willing to lose? So think that way, and then make the decision whether you're a low, medium, high risk person. Based on that, there are a whole ton of things, and I can kick off and maybe people can add to this, having just finished a book on a crypto guide and what blockchain and crypto is all about, where to invest, how to invest, things along those lines. So the big subjects for me are the places where people can invest is the obvious. First, it's about trading. So different trading strategies. You buy and hold, buy and trade as a day trader, or you just do different types of trading, meaning derivatives, options, futures, those sorts of things with leverage and margin. With all of these things, it has its own risks. If you don't know, please don't think that if you've been a forex trader or a stock market trader, the crypto trading is the same. Having made and lost lots of money, believe me, crypto trading is not the same, purely because there's a lot of sentiment analysis that comes in. you will hear terms like hodl and to the moon and Lambos and all these things. So be absolute. There you go. Wasim's going the hodl. So there is lots of these things. So sentiment analysis, and as I said, I've written a book on it as well. And I was talking to a guy called Daryl Guppy, who's got his own books and trading schemes and his own patterns and strategies. And Daryl and me, we talk about this all the time. He's old school, I'm crypto and old school. So people's sentiment analysis is coming. So you don't know when people are going to buy and dump and things like that. So be very, very, very careful about that. I've got a whole list of these. There are various ways of doing it. Someone mentioned staking. I think it was David. So staking, mining, all these are fantastic ways of making money. Having an investment plan into some masternode that, on automatic pilot basically is just making you some money. It won't be the big money, but in my view, it's again based on your risk profile, what you do. There are various network marketing things as well. So look at network marketing ways of doing it. If you want to do nothing, there are these things you'll hear about, these airdrops and things like that. Trading bots, AI, ML, sensitive analysis, deep learning trading bots, which is what we are defining as well. So this just gives you a flavor. I've got a whole list, but let the other guys speak, and then we can take it on from there.
Cool. I want to speak because you had mentioned like part of this panel is talking directly to crypto newbies, people that are just kind of getting into the space. And a lot of these terms, right? There's hodl, there's trading strategies, there's AI this. You can throw all these like crazy terms and it sounds very alarming sometimes. And really a lot of times, I mean, it is. You're as a retail base, like as someone who is just coming in, they're used to depositing their paycheck into a bank, right? It's going to be pretty hard to get up and running with like some kind of trading strategies of your own. So within the crypto space, I mean, there's a whole series of terms you can learn and tools that you can use to trade and build your own wealth. But then there's also other types of passive wealth strategies, such as just lending your funds to Celsius Network, where we're running a loans business in the background, and you can earn interest rates of up to, I think, 10% on stable coins, which are dollar-backed, and 4% on Bitcoin. And now, kind of elaborating past that, one of the things that I think is extremely important for people that are coming into this space, right, is like you can have all these different, like someone will tell you, oh, check out an airdrop, right? But in order to check out an airdrop, you first have to do your due diligence on the company. Absolutely. You have to understand their background. You have to know where you can trade it, right? So stick to what you're comfortable with. And a lot of us are just comfortable with the concept of dollars and the concept of a bank account. The wonderful thing about the crypto space is that we're asset agnostic, right? We've built all these new asset classes, but you can take anything that's traditional, so gold or dollars or euros or pounds or whatever, have that sit on the Ethereum blockchain, right? It is now a crypto asset, and then lend that to Celsius or lend that to a group that will operate just as a retail bank, and you can earn money that way. So,
and Wasim, there are also these other companies who just allow you to put them in and just stake on them, and you can get anything from 8% up to even 20%, I've seen. So as you said, and I've mentioned as well, all depends on you, your personal risk profile, things like that. Bogdan or anybody else, would you like to add to that?
Of course, it's the whole thing is it's all to do with any newbie, with any investment. My background's in wealth management. It's all about emotion. It's greed and fear. We're human beings in the end, and everything is perceived by this. It's either greed or fear, or the perception of greed or fear. That's where the market goes up or down. So the whole thing is you have to have your control of your emotions. If you lose enough in the market, you start learning that very quickly, and then can go forward. So my advice, but do your own research. I think everybody's going to keep on saying do your own research. This is not financial advice, but personally, the way I look at it is, if you want to create a core portfolio with the traditionals and stuff like that, with buy and hold, okay, then we, in my own portfolio, my client's portfolio, we have assets into income generating assets like mining, and also like Sirius with the lending and stuff like that with income. And then we've got more speculative into the new projects. It's with finance, it's very, very simple. You buy low and sell high. It's and then you just continue to do that by controlling the emotions, in my view. So
Yeah, and David, if I can bring you in as well, David, you talk about the whole thing about staking, loans, which Wasim and I both have touched. Anything else you'd like to add over there? Other strategies, other ways of where people can make money on this?
Yeah, for me, I'm not targeting the B2C business. So for me, it's more important for B2B business, because there is a lot of financial advisor outside in the market, and they are struggling because of their old economy products. The interest that they can deliver are not that high because of for in topic in Central Europe, it's horrible. Like the interest from you get from a bank account or something else. So they have less products, and they don't earn money if they offer some customers an advice, for example, to buy Bitcoin, to buy Ethereum, and a lot of token. So we developed a solution that the advisor can do onboarding with a complete KYC and anti-AML process, and they can earn from the assets they have under management. Okay, like a management fee that is charged annual. Okay, that's my target I can offer to the market for the B2B business.
I'm just curious, David, if I can interrupt. You mentioned custody early on. Is it money to be made in the custody? Are people, institutions, or even retail type of people capable to or willing to pay just for the custody?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course, because they are too boring.
Well, it's required.
Too lazy. They are too lazy in general. Okay, security costs money. That's the reason why we can charge. It's very easy. It's like a bank account. You can take your euros or you can take your dollars and put it on behind your bed, and it's easy.
Yeah, no. Yeah. If I can add to that, David, unfortunately, the ICO era of 2 years ago gave crypto a bad name. Okay, 95% of them were found to be either scammy or lost people's money and said, sorry, this is the way it is. The second thing that gave crypto a bad name.
The last 2 years.
Yeah, that's why I said
the last 2 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said 2 years ago. I was on stage with Tim Draper and all this, debating in the heat of this when it was ICO. I said, no, I'm old school. I want asset-backed. I want security-backed coins. End of story. Don't try and do this non-asset-based ICOs. I need asset-backed security. That's why custodian services, in my view, is very, very important, or something that is pegged against some asset. It could be bonds. It could be USDT. If it's dollar, it could be gold, but something that an investor can see. Here's another one I'll throw in. For people, newbies out here, I'm sure they see IEO this and SEO this and STO this and ICOs, I don't know how, but they're still alive, okay?
I'd like to make a point on this.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. So the point I'm making here is, please, all these O's, be very careful. My first and foremost thing is, like any investment fund that you go and invest, even if you've never invested in crypto, you may have invested in something. It could be an ISA or a savings plan. You do some research on it. People is, for me, the top. If the person hasn't carried a bag or lost money or made money or never run financials, that is not someone I would invest in. All right. And a lot of new people who've never run any business are trying to do this and think it's easy to run it as a business. The second most thing is, you will find a lot of technology geeks, for want of better words, who've never even had a responsibility of counting and owning other people's money. So they have no sense of ownership. Sorry to say, they just dream on Lambos and to the moon and think, oh, collect this, raise 20 million, 50 million, and we are not accountable. Hence why, coming back to this, David, and custodian services is bloody important. And laws is the third thing. Exchanges, one of the things people need to work out, and we touched on sensitivity and psychology analysis, they are the whales. So because it's not regulated that well, there are so many chat groups who timely say, buy at this time, sell at this time, and manipulate the market a lot more than they can in the stock market or the Forex market or anything else. Why? Because the other one has 7 odd trillion trading all the time, and crypto doesn't have that much volume. So, even a few hundred millions, even 100 million would change the market radically. And people are constantly coming in and out, especially the bad actors that we know out in various parts of the world, including the 2 big ones, and I'll name them, Sachs and JP Morgan likes.
So Wasim, you wanted to add something, and then I'm going to turn it back to Bogdan to ask if there is also some money into trading. But if you want Wasim to add up your point.
Cool. Yeah. I just wanted to make a quick point on the whole ICO market, right? Like, it definitely got a bad name, but I think that like, if you were to take the amount of failed investments that happen in the traditional VC world, right? The same ratio, I think it's like 1 in 10 they expect to fail, and you were to port that over into the logic of the ICO world, right? I think that what was unique about ICOs is that more and more people had the opportunity to enter into this market. They had the opportunity to expose themselves to the potential upside, right? And in traditional markets, in traditional VC markets, right, you have the same type of dreamy-eyed 19-year-old who hasn't finished school. He saw Mark Zuckerberg drop out of college and then tells this crazy story and then ends up probably losing your money, right? But
likely losing
the issue that I have with how we've characterized the ICO world is that ICOs in of themselves are not an issue, right? It's just that more people have been exposed to the losses, and therefore you have a higher amount of attention towards the downside, right? But Celsius, for example, we ran an ICO. That's how we brought ourselves and got ourselves the initial capital to get where we are today. And now our users have had exposure to the upside of that ICO market, and it worked out for them. So ratio-wise, I think it's about the same with traditional markets, but it definitely did affect a lot of people, and there are a lot of scams. So again, do your
but that's what I said, Wasim. It's down to people. At the end of the day, it's nothing to do with technology. It's the people.
Exactly.
ICO,
and the thing is, you think about it, it's the same thing with the internet bubbles. Okay.
Yeah, I was there with Sun Microsystems. Believe me,
exactly.
I know it.
The thing is, okay, history doesn't repeat itself; it mirrors itself. Yeah. And the thing is, because we have the people involved. The greed and fear factor is the thing that pushes it up. And the thing is, there's also a downward time, and then it comes back up again. It's nature's law. You have to get rid of the bad to get to the good, okay? And I'm a very simple person. I believe the old traditional ways is with all these technology and everything like that, it's great. But the thing is, making money is simple. You buy and you sell, okay? And you make a profit and you just repeat it, okay? And that's the way I'm looking at it. And I agree. Sorry, Adrian, I jumped in because I know you want to go back to Bogdan. No. So I can see you looking good. But he wants to talk, so sorry, Bogdan, after you, sorry.
No, it's okay. So Bogdan, since you mentioned buying and selling, I think this is right up your alley. So if you want to talk a little bit about the trading and see if there is still any money into it with the decreasing margins and the pressures and the higher amount of competitors right now. So
yeah, I mean, for me, it's quite easy. So when we're talking about these channels or ways of making money, this discussion has been lasting for years in the community. So some see cryptos primarily as some kind of digital cash that you can use in everyday life. Others argue that they're a store of value, while others see cryptos as a vehicle of volatility. And this can exist primarily for trading purposes. And while we are debating this aspect of vehicles of volatility, we can access them via derivatives. For example, futures and derivative trading is something normal, a normal step towards market maturity in the crypto world, the way I see it. So especially in the current, let's say, economic fallout that is driving volatility in both traditional and crypto markets, this is creating quite a favorable environment for crypto derivative products to thrive. So when we are looking at derivatives or let's say, CFDs that usually the brokers have, and when we compare those to futures, I mean, they sound very similar, as many new traders believe that they are completely identical. However, there are some differences between these two kinds of products. So, for example, the futures have this expiration dates. The CFDs don't. You can keep these CFDs for as long as you want. So basically, when you liquidate CFDs, for example, the difference in price is automatically calculated and paid. And for example, futures tend to trade on large exchanges, and they have a higher minimum commitment. And since they are, let's say, they are meant to be used by institutional investors, and additionally, something very positive for futures, which you don't have on CFDs, is that they usually trade on open markets where the order book is visible to all. So you can see the volume, which is something quite important, because when you're talking, let's say, trading strategies, you can look at volume and volatility of the instrument to start with, you know. So this is something that usually CFDs don't allow you, because you're just trading with a broker, with a counterparty. And you see only the price. So of course, with CFDs you can also short sell, but you must pay attention that many lose money trying to enter these kinds of short selling strategies. So let's say a CFD account would be easier to open than a futures account. So there might be some aspects there that can.
No, Bogdan, sorry. Anybody can open a futures account. Anyone can open. Having done a futures and options trading platform 18 months ago and took it to over $1 billion in trading volume, let me tell you, anybody can open one of those. What I'm saying here is futures, options, CFDs. In my view, those are all in the extremely high risk investment strategies. All right. So for a newbie, forget it.
No, for sure.
I call that gambling, organized gambling to a certain amount as well, really. And by the way, I was president of one of them, and I'm now putting on one of these. However, if you have proper strategies and proper deep learning, AI, ML-based, back-tested strategies, this can be very good. This is where the world is going now. Because us people in blockchain have made it too complicated for people to invest in this. So we got to make it easy.
Well, I want to thank every single one of you, as well as for our viewers. Many thanks again for our sponsors. Getting to a close. Hope to see you on the next events. And stay with VBS.live. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you everyone for joining tonight or today, depends on where you live. We have a panel on scalability and interoperability, and we have with us 5 very illustrious guests. I will let each one of them introduce themselves. So first, let's start with Jack.
Oh yeah, actually I'm Weijia Zhang. I'm the VP of engineering of OneChain.
Okay.
Yeah, I changed my name here, screen name here. Yeah, I'm VP of engineering of OneChain. OneChain is a star project that was focused on bridging blockchains. Today we know that Ethereum and Bitcoin and the EOS do not talk to each other, and OneChain's mission is to build bridges for that. So we are able to connect with Ethereum, connect with Bitcoin and EOS already on that. And then next step, we are working on two-way bridge to connect the transfer asset from one chain to other blockchain as well. And then we're doing the direct bridge as well. And we're also working with EA, the Ethereum Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, to build the standards and specifications so that we can make it easier to build the core infrastructure to bridge all these blockchains together for both public and private blockchains. And great to meet you here.
That's great. Now, Denise.
Yeah, hi, Dennis, everyone here from Kyber Network. And I'll keep it very simple. Basically, Kyber Network is a liquidity protocol that's deployed on Ethereum. And the way it makes the market is it pulls in liquidity from many different sources, including professional market makers, including existing decentralized exchanges like Uniswap. It brings them together and it pushes it downstream to dozens of different apps, like wallets, like games, like different kinds. Anything that requires one token to be swapped to another, it goes through Kyber, gets swapped to what the other side basically needs. And that means you can stick it into DeFi and all sorts of different crazy things. But that's like Kyber in a nutshell.
Okay. Sorry. Larry?
Hi, everyone. My name is Larry. I'm from IoTex. IoTex is building the Internet of Trusted Things. So we focus on the intersection of blockchain, IoT, and privacy, and starting to power the first privacy-preserving smart devices on our network. In the IoT space, the two topics of this panel, scalability and interoperability, are crucial, right? Scalability to ensure that the streaming data from multiple devices is managed correctly, and interoperability in the sense of providing the ability for devices to talk to each other. So, outside of just blockchain foundational scalability and interoperability, we also think about things on, off-chain and layer 2. So just happy to provide some insights, and thanks so much for the invite.
Great. Alin?
Hi guys, I'm Alin from Modex. Modex is a research and development company in the blockchain technology. Our main priority is to enable enterprises to adopt blockchain technologies in their current infrastructure, their current software. So what we are trying to do is basically to take the blockchain technology, all its benefits, and to put them all together with traditional software databases in the first place. We are focused on helping company to understand that blockchain is not necessarily a dark hole, and it's something which can actually help. And this is what we are focusing mostly.
Okay, and last but not least, Benny. I don't think I cannot hear you. I'm not sure if the others can hear you.
No.
No.
No one can hear.
Okay, until Benny fixes his microphone, let me. No.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Now it works. Yeah.
Yeah. Does it work?
Yeah.
No?
It's working. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I'm Benjamin Minku, founder and CEO of Elrond, and Elrond is a layer 1 solution, which means we've built a blockchain from scratch to bring a 1000x improvement in throughput, execution speed, and transaction costs, such that we finally can have a transition from dial-up to broadband applied to the blockchain space. So I'm quite happy to have this discussion and be part of the panel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for your introduction. So as I was going to say, the topic we will cover today is scalability and interoperability. And I will first look at scalability. And if you ask why do we need scalability, remember that the technologies that we use today that are widely spread in terms of blockchains, Bitcoin and not so much Ethereum, they reach a speed of, let's say, in Ethereum's case, 15 transactions per second. And if we look at all the old population of the world, which and we only want half of them to use one of these blockchains, that I've done a short calculation here, and it tells me that each of us, if each of the 3 billion people that would want to run a transaction on the blockchain will need to do a transaction every 10 years. That's with the current scalability level. And that's why this topic is so important. And I want to each of you to give me an impression of where is this scalability taking us? What are the the trends? What are the ways in which we can achieve this 1000x, as Benny said, the improvement in terms of transactions? So let's wager.
Well, thank you. Yeah, actually, I worked for Dell for 13 years, and I look at this problem in different ways. I'm thinking more about interoperability than scalability, because scalability involves a lot of computing improvement, not just the software itself, not just the blockchain itself. It also relies on the hardware and other parallel computing, other things. And my view is very different. I think that we need big companies like IBM and like Dell and AMD and Intel to join this force to really revolutionize the scalability. I know there are some PASMA and other things that they are working on. Those are at the OS level above the application level. And I think to truly improve scalability, we probably need to work it from hardware up. And there are two ways. One is to scale out and one is to scale up, right? And the mainframes is basically a scale up. And I think this must be a scale out. And there should be some solutions with both the memory access, the storage access, and also the computing power improvement and also parallel processing. And that's very computer specific. I really hope that big company can join force into this one to improve it.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry if yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to invite you.
Yeah, I mean the way I see it, like we have the blockchain trilemma, right? So it can either be like scalable and decentralized, or secure, scalable. And right now you're saying, okay, if we have scalability, like which combination can we have and which combination can we not have, right? And leaving scalability out and having decentralization and security is the one that you actually want for now to begin with, because we're still so early on that we don't even need the scalability yet while we build the foundation of our security and our decentralization. Because if we skip decentralization, well, with security and scalability, you already have something close to Visa. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, and there's like many companies that do a great job. Some of you guys work on hybrid approaches, and that's amazing. And for enterprise, that's what needed. But looking for me, like what crypto is exciting about is this decentralization where you have control of your own funds. So for me, I would always place decentralization as a core of that equation and hope that scalability will one day be worked on. That's my view of it. So I don't think it's a problem that we don't have it just yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you think that we are way too early to be worrying about, and in a way it's true, because there are some changes that are needed both in terms of perception of the users, also in terms of perception of the let's say structures that the users will be engaging into this. Larry, what's your view on this?
Yeah, my view on this is that, I agree with both points that Weija and Dennis had just indicated, right? I think that from my point of view, you have to think about the end user and what they're using your platform for, right? If they're a payments processor, then of course they need, thousands of transactions per second eventually. But if your platform is meant more for like an identity root of trust, where you're just persisting identities and doing a lot of off-chain scaling, off-chain transactions, you don't necessarily need to have the thousands of transactions per second. Of course, you can't be stagnant at 2 or 3 transactions per second. There's a minimum bar that you need to cross. But the nature of consensus and scalability is also different from network to network, right? I believe that multiple rounds of confirmations also adds to the lag time. So things like instant finality. IoTeX network has 5-second block times with instant finality, and for the purposes of what we're doing in the IoT space, which is arguably very scalability demanding. I see that we're already working closely with the end users to figure out exactly what they need, right? They need trust and they need decentralization. As Dennis mentioned, scalability, once you try to run more things on chain, is definitely needed. But yeah, I think we're getting there, right? But I think focusing on the other parts of that scalability trilemma, decentralization and security, I do agree with Dennis. Those are very important factors for today.
Aline, how do the things look from your point of view? I understood that you focus more on the higher layers of the spectrum, and you try to hide somehow the complexities of the blockchain themselves for the users.
Yes, our focus is to keep the end users and even developers as far as possible from the inside of the blockchains. So not necessarily because it's very complex, but somehow people get scared when they hear about that. They imagine that it's a huge cost, and if you have to hire a developer in blockchain, it's going to be very expensive. But getting back to the problem, the discussion, we have tested a lot of blockchain engine, commercial, non-commercial, even those out there. And I believe that scalability is one of the major features of the blockchain technology. I mean, noticing blockchain many years ago for me was one of the most impressive things, that a simple piece of code is able to run in so many deployments all around the world without any assistance, without any support team. Not necessarily too many bugs. So, but in the same time, I don't take sides. I mean, I believe that blockchain should not be considered, if it's not all together, it's not blockchain. I think everyone can choose from blockchain wherever they find suitable. Maybe just the immutability of data, maybe the decentralization, maybe the scalability. So it shouldn't be a mix. If it's not all of this, is not blockchain. I think like any other technology, we should adopt it where we need it, when we need it. If it fits the purpose, it's just fine.
Okay. So basically, the idea is that everybody should choose from the 3 aspects that were previously mentioned: scalability, decentralization, security. Should pick the 2 that are most passionate about and stick with those 2. Benny, I know that Elrond is, I think, the lowest level possible out of all the projects here. So what's your view on scalability? I mean, I think I know it, but let's...
Yeah, for the sake of the discussion, I'll say that I'll take a much more contrarian view than the especially two viewpoints expressed at first. First of all, I don't think there's any hope of the larger companies solving these super difficult problems, just because in practice, the more independent parties you have trying to solve a problem, essentially the problem becomes much more complex as a function of overhead in interests, communication, and different other problems that are not foreseeable from the outside, But what happens is you start working with 10 other companies, and then 10 years down the road, you sort of are still working on a problem and have not found a solution. I'm not saying that nobody can do it. I'm just saying that from practice, this is why startups work. It's a bunch of people in a garage, pulling days and nights and so forth. And at some point, if they find a solving solution, the interesting solution at that point, it moves forward. And the second point is, especially with respect to the convention that is called the scalability trilemma, which has been useful, but useful in a sense of lazy intellectual construction, in a sense that if you cannot solve something, then you'll try to find some sophisticated explanation why this cannot be solved. And then until someone proves that this whole construct does not necessarily apply or had some limitation, because obviously there was some utility to it, but I think Elrond is here to basically prove that you can build a new layer 1 based on adaptive state sharding and secure proof of stake that is fully on chain, that can process more than 10,000 transactions per second with the 5 seconds latency and the 100x less cost than the alternatives today. Not in 2 or 3 years, but today. And I think this is super exciting because, as mentioned in the beginning, I believe that one of the important inflection points in the early days of the internet was basically the transition from this dial-up to broadband era. And although there's another problem in the blockchain space, which is the UX problem, the scalability problem is a huge obstacle if you look at the different use cases that have been tried and the reasons why they did not work and so forth. So to sum it up, I think this is probably the most exciting period possible for the blockchain space, not only from a macro standpoint, because people find an alternative and to the global economy, the conventional fiat currencies and so forth, but also because the technology has fundamentally improved very, very significantly. And this year will be super exciting for us, especially to launch the Elrond mainnet in a few weeks, but then also to see all the other projects that have been working on interesting stuff and see them come to market and start building real adoption pipelines.
Okay, so I realized now that there is one person which we skipped. He joined late in the role of the panel. Kadan, please introduce yourself and give us a 1 minute overview of this problem of scalability.
Hi guys, hey, nice to meet you all. Thanks for your time and participation in this panel. So my name is Kadan Stadelman. I head up the tech layer at the Komodo platform. So just in one simple sentence, what's Komodo platform, right? I mean, we build a huge set of different tools and technologies for blockchain infrastructure, interoperability, scalability, etc. So the main point with Komodo is that we provide a smart chain platform that's built on a multi-chain architecture, right? Why multi-chain architecture? Okay, I personally believe we have sort of two perspectives or two ways, right, to approach this scalability problem. First, well, it's not a solution, but first way is basically just crying and waiting for the tech to mature and just complain about tech not being mature and ready enough, basically infrastructure-wise, to carry the load for the scalability that we're all targeting, right? I think approach number two is basically using the tech and the infrastructure, the physical limitations that we have right now, and designing our architectures in a way that would enable us to still scale up infinitely, right? We just believe that this single chain architecture design that we are basically seeing across the entire industry is sort of incompatible with our current physical infrastructure limitations. Thus, we won't ever reach the limits we want, right? It's pretty much all around this is PR marketing, blah, blah, sorry to call it like that. but we all know that you can't bypass the technical limitations. So by having multi-chain architectures means multiple blockchains, right, building a consensus layer in order to achieve, right, the bandwidth that we need and that we want, right? And as for the interoperability layer, just give me 30 seconds for this part. I think that's like quite important. So as for interoperability, we've worked out a DEX system that's basically a third generation technology. And we're using this tech right now in an almost production ready environment. So if you get like on Google Play Store and you type in Atomic DEX, that's what our tech is called, you'll be able to download the trustless, decentralized multi-coin wallet with a full DEX integrated. And this DEX is an interop layer to different blockchains, right? We were talking Ethereum, ERC. We really cover over 90% of the CMC, of the coin market cap list. Regarding the compatibility of Atomic DEX. So you're already able today to use this tech to trade against Bitcoin, Komodo, Lycon, whatever, against Ethereum, ERC tokens. But we're also working on second and third generation protocol integrations, such as Tezos, right? We've implemented full Tezos support. So I think we all, across the entire industry, we've proven that yes, it is possible to build these interop layers, and we're able to bridge, right, all these different blockchain protocols and technologies. But trust me, we reached a point where it's not just about, oh, let's bridge Bitcoin to coin X or whatever. We've reached a point where we have to figure like how to bridge our industry as such to the rest of the world and of the industry, right? The next interoperability layers won't be DEX platforms or DeFi systems or whatsoever, right? It will be systems that make blockchain technology compatible with the rest of the non-blockchain tech-based industry, right? So, I mean,
okay,
I believe.
So let's because we are like 5 minutes.
I just wanted like to
but anyway, the idea is, and I will let everyone just for a minute, yes, but not the minute that Kadan took, the real minute. I will ask you. So scalability. One alternative to scalability is to have interoperability. So if you cannot have a system that does a lot of transactions per second, maybe you have a system that does a few transactions. Maybe you have many systems that do few transactions per second, but they talk to one another. So let's see. Let's start again from Weija. 1 minute, please, on this interoperability issue. Is it a solution or not? You're muted.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the co-chair of cross-chain interoperability task force of EA, Enterprise Experience Alliance. Actually, I did a lot of research on that one. And there's 3 layers for interoperability. One is the interoperability for tokens. And then I think Ron Westnick, who used to be the EA director, he formed IWA, Interwork Alliance, to work on this token interoperability. That's 1 layer. And second layer is the interoperability for blockchain clients. And I think EA is working on that. There are several specifications for that already. And we are working, one chance to focus is on cross-chain interoperability so that you can let different blockchain talking to each other, whether they're private or public. And I think that's extremely important. And we are at the stage to make TCP/IP kind of achievement for internet be kind of done in blockchain so that we are letting different blockchain talking to each other. And I believe there'll be thousands, millions of blockchain coming together for both private and public. And there's definitely a need and a chance for blockchain community to achieve that, to achieve the cross-chain interoperability. So I'm looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to working with other people.
Yeah. Okay, Denise.
I mean, like, I think it's exciting that there's projects that are working on it, but I think, like, in the grand scheme of things, I would rather see like these projects actually capture value within their own ecosystems first before thinking about interoperability, because right now there doesn't seem to be as much adoption and traction as we would have hoped for. Like, looking at last 2-3 years, the organic growth wasn't as much as I'd like to see. But if we can overcome that, then yeah, I think interoperability is going to be key to connecting so many different kind of systems, and that's the beauty of it. It's all decentralized, so it can all kind of talk to each other and connect as long as you get these bridges right, and you guys are building it. But it's not something like I, as an outsider, think about for next 1 or 2 years will be like a priority.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about very project specific things right now. Like let's dumb down the conversation a bit and just talk about, you know, what are we really doing here, right? Like this whole blockchain industry is meant to enable new types of use cases, right? And it's really important to think about what those use cases mean, right? So to draw an analogy to the real world, right? Think about a race car, an armored car, and a normal car, right? Normal car is just what we use every day. Race car, ultra scalable, get things from A to B in a super fast way. And an armored car is something that will protect all of your assets with a surety, but it's only going to go like 30, 40 miles an hour, right? What we're talking about here is trying to create an armored race car, which, you know, it's combining multiple different projects here, what we're working on to ultimately reach that goal, right? Interoperability is the same thing. So I think that, you know, all of these fundamental components are very, very important, and different projects are working on different parts of the tech stack, right? But at the end of the day, you know, I don't think it's really a discussion. Of course, scalability is important. Of course, interoperability is important, but what's the path to get there, and what use cases are, you know, we're not designing solutions looking for problems. We're trying to find problems that need solutions, right? So just my 2 cents there.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but Aline and Benny, you only have 30 seconds each. So please, Aline, very quickly, your one idea about interoperability.
I believe blockchain, it's at its early stages, and interoperability doesn't have too many use cases apart from cryptocurrencies, of course. But we find ways to use blockchain to facilitate interoperability between different databases. So basically, we use blockchain to have the same database structure in different database engines, like one MongoDB and one I don't know, Oracle or anything else. So in conclusion, I think, like Larry said, it depends what's the problem, and then you find the right solution to see if blockchain it is an option or not.
Okay, and Benny, last.
I would say again that it was interesting how our colleague here from Yotex IoT has used the analogy, but it breaks down, because if you look at the Cybertruck, you basically have an armored truck, which is super fast, super secure, and super sexy. So I think today we can basically build these architectures, but I do think that interoperability is a secondary principle to solving scalability. If you combine several protocols that are unscalable, you just lose a lot more energy in the intercommunication between them, and from 7 transactions per second you'll achieve 3 between the
we unfortunately we are at the end of our time. I would like to talk more, but for now I will thank everyone for joining today, and let's stay for the next sessions.
Okay.
This is VBS, the Virtual Blockchain Summit. Welcome to all of you from Canada, United States, Europe, and around the world. I am Adrian Sishin, coming to you live from Calgary, Canada. Let me see if we're live here, just to quickly check with my friends. Okay, we're on. So this is VBS, the Virtual Blockchain Summit. Looks like it's a little bit of a background noise, so hopefully now we are good. Welcome everybody. The topic of today's panel, scheduled for this time of the live summit, is equity versus token investments. So let me introduce our speakers today. Yana Lenova, Vince Colley, Arseniy Levkovin from Gian Futures, Henry Arslanian from FinTech Associations. So welcome everybody. And I would like to allow everybody to quickly introduce themselves for some of the projects that you are working, and then we're just going to get right on to it. Henry, please go.
Guys, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Very, very excited to be here. My name is Henry Arslanian, and really my passion and my focus in life is the future of finance and money. And I'm lucky to do this in many different ways. One of them is, as you mentioned, as a chairman of the FinTech Association of Hong Kong. Second hat that I wear is at the PwC, where I'm a partner in the Global Crypto Leader, where we have crypto teams across 20 countries around the world. And obviously my third hat, very important, is that of a professor where I teach the first FinTech University course in Hong Kong. And my fourth is actually very involved in policy making and advocating, including my last book called The Future of Finance, and very trying to bring more awareness and best practices within the crypto ecosystem. So very excited to be here and having the chance. Thank you for giving us a chance to share our passion about the future of money with all of you today.
Yana, we'll leave it up to you. Pass it to you.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm happy and I would like to greet everybody, including the moderator and my panelists, and I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Yana Leonova, and I'm a pure cosmopolitan with the experience of living and doing businesses in the UK, United States, Switzerland, Russia, and last 2 years I'm based in the UAE in Dubai. So just over 3 years ago, I became fascinated by the blockchain tech world in general while I was managing fundraising for some startups in London. Shortly after that, I have completed the blockchain strategy course in Oxford. And since then, I have been engaged in blockchain and security tokens and digital space. And currently, I'm ambassador of the private investment group. We are based in the UAE in Abu Dhabi, but we are mandated by various funds and family
Arseniy,
offices.
From GI Ventures, if you can please introduce yourself.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. G1 is an active venture investor focused primarily on blockchain and fintech. The core of our portfolio are projects that actually enable adoption of digital securities. Examples include like neobanks, custody, RegTech providers. So we tend to go deeper rather than wider, so getting involved operationally and leading the rounds for our companies.
Okay, and finally, Vince Colley, welcome. I'm not sure if you can hear us. We can't see you at this time, but hopefully you'll be able to hear us and join us. I'm not sure if you have the camera open.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Awesome.
But we can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I don't want to take time on this because I have some virtual background and it's messy right now how it's coming up. So I'd like to quickly introduce myself. My name is Vince Coley. I'm a Silicon Valley venture capital investor, a 6X tech entrepreneur, and serial business builder. What I'm really passionate about in a blockchain space is enterprise blockchain product design development and on the cloud on the cloud. At the same time, I actually help early stage deep tech social impact entrepreneurs to scale up in Silicon Valley by giving them the check size up to $250,000. And these kind of investments do happen approximately 9 to 12 times in a year. My previous backstory, I was with Accenture. I was investor relations with multi-billion dollar funds, a high frequency trader at Wall Street, and a product design thinker. So thank you very much to be on the panel with all the esteemed panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much for each and every one of you for investing your time to come over to the first tokenized event in the world. And now let's just get it started. We certainly feel that we are in good company. Here is a question, and I will ask probably Henry about this, is as we talk about equity type of investments and token investments, why do you think that companies ultimately need to get into this tokenization process?
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's a very, very interesting, obviously, what we are seeing when it comes to broader tokenization, right, happening around the world. I would say a couple of big benefits. If I put my lawyer hat on, when we come about tokenization, obviously, when we talk about a lot of the big assets today, there's obviously what we call an illiquidity discount. So if I have a big building, there's only X, in Mayfair in London or in Fifth Avenue in New York, there's only a set number of people can buy this, such a large piece of assets. The beauty of tokenization allows us to actually not only create a bit more liquidity, potentially, in a lot of these large liquid assets, but probably most importantly, again, what I find a bit more exciting is really be able to change how these companies operate. For example, when it comes to corporate actions, when it comes to corporate dividend payments, for example. Frankly, with a tokenized platform, with security tokens, the idea that we have right now, a quarterly dividend or annual dividend, really nothing stops us to actually make these payments on a monthly, daily, hourly, or even live perspective, the technology allowing it from that perspective. But I think it's very interesting what's happening on a broader tokenization perspective. That being said, I think there's still a lot of challenges, despite all the buzz that we are seeing around the world on tokenization, all the buzz that we are seeing on security token offerings and the likes. I would say that I've been even personally surprised of how we are seeing the industry move, probably a bit slower than many expected it. Not only on the technology side, where things are actually pretty advanced, but also I would say, especially from an investor interest perspective. The irony is still that a lot of even crypto companies, when they're raising money, whether it's a seed, Series A and other series, they're still doing it in the old school, traditional way, without probably leveraging some of the tools that we have today. So it is what it is. But I think from very interesting developments, but I think moving a bit slower than many of us expected.
Thank you, Henry. So to go to a little bit in line with the tokenization, which ultimately relates to trust, especially now when very few people are able to meet other people. I think we're living into a post-COVID type of era. I was going to ask Henry, what do you think about the risk of companies in this moment associated with this tokenization process to pretend to have utility tokens, and in reality they end up having actually security tokens, and then you end up buying a security, so all of a sudden you feel exposed. So if you want to comment on this.
Sure. No, I think I think it was a big difference. Obviously, everybody in the crypto community went 2-3 years ago when we had the big boom of utility token and security tokens, and frankly, suddenly everybody became an expert on the Howey test and thought they had an explanation of legal interpretation. Unfortunately, I personally think that the situation is still quite sad. I still see a lot of token projects launching, and frankly, where people trying to offer incentives that are very equity-like. And let's be very clear on this. Over the last year, there was a lot of investigations from securities regulators around the world on projects that were actually breaching various securities laws around the world by basically offering tokens that were actually securities. And I expect that to continue. And frankly, I think for the benefit of the crypto ecosystem, We need these bad actors to actually be penalized and actually because they give a bad name to the industry. A couple of things we also need to understand is also the other one I've been following a lot is exchange tokens as well. I think it's very interesting that a lot of companies are, a lot of exchanges even are issuing tokens. But generally, I think we need to make sure that these are pure utility, what a utility function. Unlike if you have any features that are linked to your revenues, that are linked to your profits and others, I think it's a very gray line that these companies are going through, and I think this is very and we should not underestimate that any incident that happens to any token or other digital asset, whether you like it or not, will have a negative impact not only on the crypto ecosystem but on the broader world of digital assets, and that's definitely not a good thing.
Thank you, Vince. What is your take on the token investment environment today?
Thank you for the question. I think one of the most compelling uses of blockchain technology is the ability to reliably record information and verify when and where it was added to the network. This feature, combined with the ability to synchronize a ledger, means that all parties can get the same information at the same time and have confidence in the truthfulness of that information. The result has been a rush to treat blockchains like digital notaries recording truthful information and sharing it around. So it is useful but has a little bit of limitations. When knowing when and where a product was made, an interesting ability to trace the history. Has been a very truly realized in something, in medicine, I think in a complex and valuable package of medicine. But however, by creating a digital token to represent the package of medicine, not only we can record the history of the medicine, just like a digital notary solution, but we can buy and sell them moving tokens between accounts. So quite simply, I think economy is going to be tokenized. Using digital tokens, we can recreate all the sophistication of existing financial and operational business world we live in, but far less operational cost and complexity with the same system. The future of business contracting, if we believe the exchange of product and service tokens for digital payments. So I think it's not only the banking, there are, I think, 50 other industries which are getting tokenized, and the road to tokenize is going to be very, very mature. As the token economy matures and companies put more and more assets, products, services into public blockchain, expect the delivery of the complex financial services to be digitized as well. And it starts with banking, but there are, I think, approximately the last research I did was in March 2020, there are 58 industries getting tokenized. So thank you again for asking the question.
Thank you, Vince. Arseny, how do you see in this moment G1 Ventures and yourself investing? Would you prefer an equity traditional type of investment, or a tokenized type of investment? And where do you see this moving forward?
It really depends on what we're looking at. In terms of our focus, as I said, we're not so much looking at protocol layer. We're more looking at infrastructure, that project that would enable others, and our focus more on the business model, on the credible kind of business plan, and how they can going to actually launch and do stuff. So for us, the logical route to achieve this is traditional equity and kind of traditional route to invest. Yet, if we talk about the tokens, obviously STOs hold a lot of promise, but we all know that there is not enough liquidity. The infrastructure is kind of still emerging and not yet accepted. And generally, what's also quite important, the awareness of it and the comfort that people have is not yet there. So in my view, the way it can develop is that it has to start from utility tokens. And if we talk about utility tokens, we look at what can really be tokenized. In my view, one of the key parameters would be if this asset or right has a secondary market. If it has a secondary market, then there is a natural need and it fits a lot better. And in this respect, I would think that the rights would be could be more easily tokenized. For example, let's take tickets. I think that it's already starting to happen, and that is quite easy to implement, and that creates a lot of efficiency. And then we can move on to assets. For example, let's take car, like really kind of ownership of the car and how you manage the car and how you can unlock it on do something. Now all the producers, they kind of create some sort of applications, but that can be you can have a unified standard, and you can have then the secondary market with it. So, and then we can slowly move towards the kind of tokenizing assets, rights to those assets. And as this starts to evolve, as there is kind of the whole mechanisms and awareness grows, that's when it would be natural to rise up to security tokens and move all the finance and payments and the stable coins. So I would see this progression like in this. So we start with things that naturally fit, where there is kind of maybe less monetary value, and the importance of the infrastructure is not that critical, and then we move to more valuable stuff.
Well, thank you, Arseny. Jana, to bring it up to you, as you are working in this moment with the private investment group, I would focus on the first word of the group, which is private. How do you see the private element, including confidentiality, including compliance in the same time, in the security token environment? What do you see taking traction in your neck of the woods?
Yes, we are the private investment group, but we are working with institutional clients. We are mandated by institutional clients from the Middle East. And that's why we are raising funds traditionally. It's via equity. So our institutional clients still invest via equity. And I would say that price volatility and regulations are really like the top concerns of institutional clients. So even though I read recently a report of Bloomberg, they were citing one survey that 1/3 of European and American investors, institutional investors, they have invested into digital assets like Bitcoins. It's still not the case for around the world. Me personally, I strongly believe in digital assets, and I think it's like a very logical step of just the growing of economy. We all have now digital wallets. We are allowed now to make digital voting. We have like the sharing economies, like the concept of today. So that's how it just develops. So I strongly believe, even though tokenization is still a very immature concept, and of course there are a lot of gaps to fill. Regulation is not there. Secondary market is really suffering big time, in my opinion. Blockchain systems don't communicate to each other, so they need to have like interoperability. But in general, I believe that the progress is there, and tokenization allowing us kind of participate as a crowdfunding, to raise funds via crowdfunding, because like fine art, real estate, some kind of commodities like gold and some jewelry and even some expensive watch that are just like unable to be regarded as an investment for like ordinary citizens. They can be regarded as crowdfunding platform, by a crowdfunding instrument for ordinary citizens. We just need to kind of arrange the infrastructure and just fill some gaps around this.
So I would sense that clearly, within your group and your organization, you are focused obviously on the traditional type of equity. And I was going to come back to Henry on this one, as he is a strong promoter of crypto. But in the same time, even though we are scattered in so many places around the world, I couldn't sense but you agreeing with Jana that probably the industry is not quite there yet. So how do you square in this moment your passion to crypto, and what do you think it could be done to start bringing institutional investors on board? And what do you think is needed ultimately for this tokenized environment, tokenized investment type of environment to truly pick up?
I think just want to clarify a couple of points. First of all, I think that there is definitely an increase in institutional investor interest in the digital assets world. I mean, let me give you two examples. In the equity world, we publish a report every 6 months on global crypto M&A and fundraising trends. Just according to our last report that came out about a month away, you can find it on my LinkedIn or on the PwC website, PwC crypto website. I mean, today, 57% of investments in crypto companies are traditional VCs, crypto-focused VCs, or family offices. And actually, one of the big trends we are seeing right now is a rise of interest from family office, especially in Asia, actually within the digital asset space. Where I agree with Diana is actually that we are definitely, a lot of these investments are happening by equity investments. So these are not happening by security tokens. They're not happening by tokenized investments. They're actually equity investment in a traditional way within these crypto companies. There's also, I would argue, also an interest in broader cryptocurrencies and crypto assets by not only the general public. We are obviously seeing a number of wallets go up on a quarter per quarter basis, but also I would say within the institutional ecosystem as well, for a couple of reasons. One is regulatory clarity, like you mentioned. You're absolutely on spot. Today, only 5% of regulators, according to Cambridge University, do not have somebody working on crypto. So 95% have somebody working on crypto, which is actually great. The crypto industry is probably the only industry that actively lobbies to have more crypto regulations, to actually provide certainty in the market. The one thing I would say that's now deterring a number of institutional investors, it may sound very stupid, but it's actually tax. As you know, over the last 18 months, 24 months, we made tremendous progress when it comes to crypto regulations. However, tax perspective, we're still not there. Even on crypto funds, some of the most basic, often the entry point for investors, unfortunately, there's a number of tax issues. And again, we published a report on this as well. People can find it. The second thing I would mention, though, is also we are lacking an institutional grade offering in many providers. For example, you know, a lot of the custodians, exchanges right now, they're getting what we call third-party certifications, which are equivalent to what the banks are getting. This is what you hear about. People hear about SOC, system operational controls reviews, TOC 1, Type 2. This kind of reviews we are seeing. So I think as these are happening more and more, we'll see more, give more comfort to institutional investors and auditors and everybody else. And the last and final point, frankly, it's all of us in the crypto ecosystem. You know, I think this industry is driven by people, and the industry needs to upgrade its game when it comes to policies, governance, controls. You know, from stuff that we saw, from Quadriga in Canada, to some of the other hackings that are taking place, to some other basic events. I mentioned Quadriga because I know you're an Adrian, you're in Canada. I think it's unacceptable that we are having some of these incidents happen, right? I mean, there will always be cyber hacks. You know, there will always be cyber attacks in this space, for sure. But I think we need to have a level of governance, transparency, and actually best practices, because until the regulations come there, the industry needs to upgrade. And that's very important for the ecosystem to go from 1.0 to 2.0.
Well, thank you. I think it's a great point. So to come back to you, Vince, and then in line with the idea of trust and transparency, which probably fuels business, who would you trust? Where would you put your money? Should that be a token investment?
Yeah, I believe it has to be a token investment, primarily because tokens, digital tokens, are designed for economic activity. So whenever you create something, you have to design for a specific outcome. In this particular case, it's for activity, and the blockchain are actually ideal for handling them. I'll give you a perfect example. If you look at JP Morgan is entering into a blockchain space. It's called JPM coin, which is basically intends to use and facilitate transaction between institutional accounts. So that is why it is growing, because it will reduce also the cost of cross-border transactions, and that's why the crypto world gets united. And that's where financial institutions like Western Union, they improve the cross-border payments. So more and more people are, it is just somebody taking a lead, I guess. So I think the JPM lead on the banking sector with JPM coin takes that particular lead, and some people are just followers.
Well, thank you. I think you brought a very interesting point. As we are looking in this moment at the global presence and with the regulations and the securities being so much all over the place, I have noticed sometimes projects that are purely carved out from certain jurisdictions. Arseny, in Europe, in your neck of the woods, what do you see happening? What do you see picking up from an investment standpoint in the token sphere?
I think, like, if we talk broadly, not only professional, kind of highly people who understand it quite well, but also retail, maybe family offices more broadly. What I think will be happening very shortly, and is already happening, is a kind of stable coin with a promise of some high yield. With everything, like if we, and this is what should be quite an attractive feature, and some of the projects already started implementing it, and it's kind of quite available in anything that connects to DeFi. So in my opinion, that would be step number one, and then through that, that would be kind of something that would attract more users, and that would kind of grow the user base of the existing projects. The next one would probably be something like some investment strategies realized through tokens. For example, like token set could be a good example. Essentially, creating not only just a simple kind of a replica of a bank deposit, but with proper yield, but already some kind of investment strategies and some pools of assets. So that would be next. And then if we look beyond that, in 1 or 2 years, I do truly hope that the projects that use blockchain would start, would be in a good position, and the market would be ready for them to start issuing security tokens.
Well, thank you. I think this kind of concludes our panel today. I just want to say thank you for each and every one of you. And please stay with us. We are up to the next session. Please stay with VBS.live, and have a good one for each and every one of you around the world. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Sergiu Drăgănuș. I'm very happy to host this panel today about payments and withdrawal services, the service providers and integrators. So we have today with us Felix Crișan from Netopia, we have Matt Booth from AccessMS, we have Vitautas from Bachera, Wayne from Trust Payments, and Mihai Dragan from Oveit. I will let you guys to do a short intro of your projects, and after I will start with the questions. So we can start in the same order that I've mentioned, if it's okay for you. Felix, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Felix Crișan. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Netopia. Netopia is a payment service provider operating in Europe. Most of our customers are in Romania. And we operate across a large number of channels, meaning mobile wallets and online and so on, and also with a large number of account funding options, starting from the usual card and SMS, but also we provide crypto payment services for our merchants.
Thanks. Okay, let's go forward. So Matt, please.
Hi, my name is Matt Booth. I'm the business manager over at Access Merchant Services. Brief overview of what we do. So Access have been providing card processing solutions for around 14 years now. And 18 months ago, we gauged a gap in knowledge between exchanges and the banks. And now on a tried and tested network, we've got everything that we need to provide a crypto exchange with everything you need to regulate the regulatory aspects of commercial banking. Via the Crypto.money brand, we can now provide a EU IBAN and card processing solutions under 10 working days.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so without us, please.
Okay, so yes, at Bankera we are bringing like the full scope of payment services for the crypto businesses, which includes the bank transfers. So we open the payment accounts for them. We also help to get them the processing for the cards. We also help them to get the virtual IBANs and issue them to their clients. And how we are unique? We are unique because we are coming from the crypto space ourselves. Our initial business is cryptocurrency exchange, and now Bankera is our spin-off to bridge the gap between fiat and the crypto. So we understand the needs of the crypto businesses, and we understand the risks and how to manage them.
Thanks. Wayne, please.
Thank you. So I'm representing Trust Payments today. It's a business that's been around for the last 23 odd years. 20 years ago, we launched one of the most secure gateways, which has never been down. One of the reasons for that is it's very robust and very secure, and we found a lot of success processing for crypto merchants. Now we've recently moved to a fully cloud-based infrastructure for our payment solutions, with state-of-the-art collaborations and in-house built software detection and monitoring tools for safety and security. We can process in excess of 110 plus currencies and settle in 14 different currencies, which includes 7 of your European currencies with a pan-European license. We understand the crypto community really well. We work quite closely with a lot of partners as well as exchanges, and we're here today to try and see how best we could help this community grow and develop.
Thank you. Mihai, please.
Hi guys, my name is Mihai Dragan, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Alvid. And our key product is Alvid Pay, which is an economy as a service product, which basically operates as a closed loop payment network. And our key customers are anywhere in between large events, stadiums, and smart communities such as smart cities. Where people can use our technology to make sure that their payment processing always stays on, even when the internet is not on. And we allow visitors to top up credit using either fiat currencies, cryptocurrencies, and we use a distributed ledger solution to make sure everything is always on.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks.
So again, I will tell only a few words about myself. I'm Sergio Draganuș, the founder of CryptoCoin Pro. Basically, CryptoCoin Pro, it's a framework which stays between the crypto projects and the payment providers, usually, sometimes, for AML scanning, for user onboarding, and for fraud detection and other things like this. What I would like to understand, because I'm using most of your services or the type of services you are offering, I would like to discuss a little bit about the risks that are present in those type of transactions. And from your experience, to share with us how you are mitigating those risks, or if there is a way to, I don't know, ensure or something like this type of risk, because we all know we are talking about crypto, and if we are talking about crypto, then for this type of services, the fraud is always a huge risk on the table. So please share with us your experience in this direction.
I will start. I mean, offering this type of services, and by this type I mean fiat to crypto type services. It's challenging from 2 points of view. One is the regulatory framework, which we, at least some of us, 3 of us, know that it depends on country by country, and the country we are in, it's not so friendly towards this. There are some other European countries which have a more neutral approach. I'm not aware of any country which is really pro crypto, but that's a different story. So besides the regulatory risk and the, having the risk of having your bank account closed without any explanation, just because you have crypto somewhere on your website, between this you have the bigger risk, which we had, so until the banks caught up on this crypto craze around 2017, 2018, with some provisions you could do this type of services for a crypto exchange or in crypto, in fiat to crypto manner. And in there, especially when we talk about card transaction, the risks are always related to fraudulent transactions, to using stolen cards, even if the cards are, come with a full 3D secure or whatever type of authentication. The rate of chargebacks that we would see around those transactions was considerably higher than the rate of chargebacks for the regular transactions. And yeah, I think that's what I see, the two big points from my side.
Thanks. Please, anyone else who want to discuss about this part? I will also be curious to hear what is happening on the bank transfer part from without us. I don't know. I know on the card part, we've started like 2.5 years ago. We've seen many cases. We've optimized a lot our processes in order to cut this down and to lower the risk of this. But on the bank transfers directly, what are the cases there?
Yeah, Sergio, before we just move on to that, I'd just like to touch and just elaborate a bit more on the security aspect as well, because I think that's fundamental and it's absolutely crucial to get that element right as well. Because over the years, Trust Payments have worked with a lot of businesses who've approached us and said, look, we're very happy doing the traditional bank transfer method, but that is a cumbersome process as it is. At the end of the day, we want to have the customer journey and the customer experience that bit more fluid. So we've gone a step further in providing a gateway that's already AI enabled to detect fraud screening. And in addition to that, we have our ACI Red software, which we could provide to them as well for a small fee. Now, on top of that, when we sign merchants up, we do the Web Shield option as well, which is another third measure of security or certification, just to ensure that the merchant is doing everything by the book. Because at the end of the day, you can only do so much, whether that's the merchant or us as a payment processor. But we have implemented all of these processes which kind of work in kind of synchronized harmony with each other to mitigate that risk of chargebacks and everything else. And that, coupled with a really good KYC system, it's essentially a no-brainer. The merchants who we process for almost have an up rate of almost 97 to 98% of very, very tight security, and something which we're very proud of as well.
Excellent, thanks. Please. So I have some other question on the table. If you want, we can go to the next ones. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's call it in the past 6 to 9 months, which are the trends in terms of number of transactions done for crypto transactions? Because we've seen in the past 2018 a huge spike in this direction, and after the number of transactions lowered a little bit. So if you can share with us.
Yeah, I don't mind jumping in on this one. So
please.
We found that many consumers still prefer to buy crypto assets with your debit and credit cards. But we also recently found out that this has got a significant impact on your gross profit margins. So on a recent case study, versus wire transfer at 0.2%, you was looking at 2% gross profit on credit card payments. So what does this mean for you as an exchange? You're getting a higher profit per transaction. Your credit and debit transactions are more geared towards your retail customer. Now, your average transaction, you're looking at about 600 to 1,000 euros. So it's quite a lot less than you'd see on a wire transfer. But again, it does just differentiate the difference in customer profile. Now, in terms of number of transactions, we found that this has got more of a correlation. It differs quite a lot across the industry, and it's got more of a correlation with the profile of the exchange and the level of marketing, as opposed to an across-the-board market trend. But I mean, I don't know if anybody else is finding different, but that's what we're experiencing.
I can give an opinion from the point of view of a provider that does payment services for merchants. So we allow our merchants to accept crypto in exchange of receiving fiat. The user pays with crypto, the merchant receives fiat. And what I've seen is this. First of all, the average transaction is about 4 times as high as with the card. So a merchant that would have around, let's say, 200 lei, which is, let's say, 50 euros transaction. With the crypto, we will talk about 800 lei, so 200 euros roughly. And then one interesting correlation, which I can't explain, or I can explain somehow, but not entirely, is that whenever there is a big jump in the price, either up or down, the number of transactions increases. I have some explanations, but you know, it's not always very. And at a macro level, meaning compared to 2017 or 2018 to now, the transactions increase, but slowly. It's not a dramatic increase.
The number of transactions, yeah.
Yeah. I think both Matt and Felix made really good points there with regards to the transaction increase. And like you said, Sergio, there's a bit of a fluctuation. Now, we work pretty extensively with a lot of crypto exchanges. And one thing we've noticed, especially in light of this pandemic, it's one of the verticals that successfully has just kept steadily growing. And again, that could be the reason of simply providing them with the option to still pay by card as opposed to bank transfers, where there's a psychological element to it as well, as opposed to someone who's got a credit card who would make a purchase and who would want to trade for higher funds than limiting themselves. So I think all of this has actually kind of catapulted the whole increase in the transactions, which we're particularly seeing from our end.
Yeah, I think I can add something here, given the fact that we operate mostly in a consumer-based type of market. So most of our businesses are done in the live entertainment area. And it's only last year that we started getting requests for crypto payments and crypto top-ups in the events and venues that we were working on. So that from our perspective, we see this as a sign that crypto payments are less of a threat for the end consumer. So there's a lot of people that are adopting it as a means of payment as they would traditionally do with fiat payments. And there's a lot of platforms out there that are doing a great job in explaining just how crypto can be used for usual use cases, such as actually buying a beer at the bar. And I think that using a combination of crypto and actual real life solutions would be a great step forward for the end consumer.
But what would be the impact of the let's call it latency of the crypto transactions right now to the solutions that you are offering? Basically, are you looking for some sort of lightning network solutions to integrate, or what are the solutions to be integrated if someone would like into your system, Mihai, to be able to pay with Bitcoin or something?
Well, our system actually works as a pre-top-up type of payment. So, for example, you might want to go to a big festival and you buy $100 worth of credit, $100 worth of credit using crypto. And when you arrive at the festival, you actually have your $100 on your wristband, and you can buy the beers and the burgers there. And the same goes with a retail network, such as a coffee shop network or a large stadium. So basically, using existing solutions, just like CryptoCoin.pro would be, we allow transcendence of crypto funds to real life value exchange in actual offline cases.
Excellent, very interesting.
I can add something here from our experience and from our thinking about this. This is the risk that we take as a payment provider. So the confirmation of the transaction is not something that we will keep the user for on hook in front of the merchant. So as long as we see the transaction in the network, we will confirm the merchant the transaction, and the risk of that transaction not actually confirming, we take it. And it worked 100% of the time so far.
And I can confirm that you guys are doing a great job.
Okay, so the next question on my list here is not such a nice one, but how the traditional banks are reacting to the change and which are our alternatives. Okay, so here, without us, maybe can help us with an answer from your side.
So I think actually, like, especially 2 years ago, we saw this paradigm when like the banks were saying that Bitcoin is bad, but blockchain is good. And all the banks wanted to be involved in something related to blockchain, but it was so far away from the cryptocurrencies. And now I think like now we're a bit on pause. There are like more and more banks who actually at least allow their clients to buy the cryptocurrencies. But still, I think it's very far away from the crypto. From the banks would be supporting their traditional crypto businesses like exchanges, because mainly of AML risk, which is much higher than like for any other traditional business. But on that side, if you look at from the bank's perspective, like the banks are seeing cryptocurrency exchanges as another banks or another financial institutions, which also possesses a very high risk of laundering, fraud, and so on. So don't think the crypto business is unique. I think it's exactly the same as any other financial business, and it's more about how the regulation makes the less corresponding bank relationships, the less interbank relationships, because banks are actually scared about each other. They don't want to take each other's risk, and it's the same about the crypto businesses. And on the other hand, actually, if I move back to the previous question, talking about the crypto as a payment method, because I think and I believe that the crypto is actually a payment protocol, and actually I think that's probably the solution. Then the two parties don't have to take the risk of each other for any reason by using the cryptocurrency instead of using a traditional SEPA service or other payments. When you have like the legal risk between each other, while in crypto business it's more like a cash. So it's like our digital cash. So I think like the banks, they're missing out of this, and I think they will miss out at the end just because they cannot take that risk because it's too expensive for them. The market is still small, while the risk is too high for
them. Thanks. What I would like to ask, especially the payment gateways providers now, it's how do they see the balance or the report between crypto to fiat or fiat to crypto and crypto to crypto payments, and if they intend to integrate this type of services in the future in their portfolio the way, for example, Netopia have done already. So
yeah, I can kick off with this one. I mean, essentially, as a payment gateway, this is something that we see the value in crypto payments, and it's actually something that we've already integrated in some of our other verticals. To merchants in other sectors, we offer kind of a crypto gateway alongside card payments, running side by side. And not only has this been really well received on the merchants that we have tried this on, they've also seen a 10% increase in their revenue. So it's working really well.
Excellent. Thank you.
I think I can circle back. I think I can add something to the previous question if we can circle back to the banks aspect. I've seen a lot of difference depending on the places where these banks are placed in. So obviously, I wouldn't talk about Europe because it's such a different situation country by country. So we have a lot of banks that are eager to adopt new platforms in Austria or Germany, but not that many in the Eastern European front. But what I've seen is that there's a lot of interest in anything blockchain technology related in the US. So the banks are actually reaching out, and it's not just the banks, but payment financial institution at large. We had chats with Discover Cards as well as Visa. There are some very interesting aspects in what's happening in terms of banks, the blockchain, to access to new technology in terms of financial services in Africa. So we had some great experiences there, and there seems to be a lot of growth in the Asian markets, and especially we had some very good experiences in Japan, which is a market that is moving from a more traditional means of doing business, especially in the banking, to a very cashless-based blockchain adopting facial recognition type of hyper-tech society. So I think we should treat the banks on a case-by-case and try to understand that there's good and there's bad, and a lot of people are seeing the change and just want to jump on the wagon.
Yeah. Wayne, I think you wanted to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, to touch on your question about the crypto to fiat and the fiat to crypto, we're currently working with a number of verticals. And one of the verticals that we've seen a lot of growth in is the online gaming and gambling. So we're now working with merchants who are offering tokenized crypto tokens where merchants can go onto them, buy these tokens, and then use them on these gaming platforms to pay as well. We're in talk with a few others as well who've built up a pretty voracious appetite to see how we could then use this as a payout feature as well. And again, it's gaining so much of momentum. And all I can say is that the banks kind of would get worried, but it's about adapting and overcoming the challenges that the crypto market itself is posing. And the more the outreach and the more the want, the more credible it becomes. I remember the time when Sir Richard Branson said that you can do so and so with the booking with Virgin and you can use crypto, and then everyone were like super excited to see, okay, what's next and stuff. So I think it's gaining a lot of momentum, and that's where gateway providers like ourselves, Matt and his team and everyone else on the panel can really up the game in providing a solid solution, not just making that experience a bit better, but offering a line of security that is second to none.
Thank you. So we have only 2-3 minutes left. Guys, where do you see this industry going in 20 years, 50 years from now? I'm very positive on it, obviously, but probably you are too. I only want to get your short feedback. And if we are not going there so fast, what are the bottlenecks for it? So please.
I can start, because if you look from the philosophical reasoning, or the reason why Bitcoin appeared and why this industry is here right now, is that there was a move to take the power from the government and put it in the hands of people. So basically being able to exchange money, which is not government issued, person to person. So I would really much like to see that happening. I don't think we will see it in the next 20 years, but hopefully we will be able to see it in 50 years, meaning non-government issued money, which are widely recognized.
Thank you.
So I would add that there's not that many people talking about TCP/IP protocols right now. I see the blockchain market going to a more consumer type of usage, with a lot more usage in smart communities in the future. So I see a lot of mass adoption after the whole technical side becomes a bit subsequent to the actual benefits that the end consumer gets.
Thanks.
Yeah, and you also hear people talking about it a lot as well, Sergio. Just to add a personal touch to this, my father-in-law, he's not very tech savvy, and the other day he was asking me, what is this thing that I'm constantly hearing about, this crypto or blockchain? What is it? Then I just gave him a quick background of what it is and stuff, and he said, oh, that's a cool technology. Does my bank offer this? So it's creating that awareness, and with platforms like this, and with as Mia said, the mass adoption of this is a way where you could see this as literally being the future, and it's good to be part of it as well.
Yeah, guys, thank you for attending to this panel. Thank you for being part of it. As I've mentioned at the beginning of my first panel, as you know, we are tokenizing this event only to show that blockchain can tokenize things. Real things, companies, and everything related to companies, trademarks, and things like this. And I'm very happy that in a short period of time in this concept, the Virtual Blockchain Summit, which hopefully will grow, we will all become partners. So, guys, thank you all, and hopefully we'll see each other soon, and also on the next virtual blockchain summits. Thank you. Have a nice one.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm Julian, and I'll be your moderator for this panel, which is about leveraging the power of AI in the blockchain projects. Tonight or today, depending where you are, we are with Dr. Mihaela Oliero from Impact, Cara Wolf from Amalite Analytics, Cassius Morea for Email Tree, and Ivy Benali from Singularity.net. So for the start, please tell a few words about yourself. So Dr. Oliero, please.
Hi, yes. Hi, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to this amazing event. As I was sharing with you, I'm still learning from every panel, which was before. I am an expert in distributed artificial intelligence. And when I say that, I refer to robots which work together and can be coordinated. But there are two ways to implement this, and that is centralized and decentralized. And the speaker before was mentioning about this centralized networks like Facebook and Google. So what I'm in for and what I'm fighting for is actually solving the data conundrum and empowering the individuals through decentralization. And I'm going to speak a lot about this and about the companies which I advise that are championing this new way of looking at the world.
Thanks very much. So Cara, please.
Hi there, I'm the founder and CEO of Amalite Analytics. I'm currently working on cybersecurity software and hardware development tools using artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, and quantum computing. Thank you for inviting me to this panel and to this great conference. It's very exciting for me to be on an international panel and learn from all of the speakers that are presenting today. And I'm excited to continue this conversation with you and the rest of the panel members.
Thanks very much. Cassius, please.
Hi, I'm Cassius, co-founder and CEO of Imagery AI. Imagery, we are building a solution which is dedicated to customer services for this customer service automation.
Cassius, we cannot hear you very well, sorry. You can speak a little louder, maybe microphone closer.
Do you hear me? Is it better?
A little bit.
Okay, so I was saying founder and CEO of Imagery AI, which is a solution dedicated to customer services, hyper-automation. Basically, we are understanding emails and intents inside, getting information from different databases, and then generate responses and triggering action databases. And of course, being here in this panel, I'm thinking about 1 year ago, how to combine AI and blockchain, and there are some interesting ideas.
Thank you very much. And Ivy?
Hi, my name is Ivy. So I work for SingularityNet as technical marketing manager. So SingularityNet developed a protocol for decentralized AI. Our marketplace is a showcase of a couple of these AI algorithms that are hosted within the SingularityNet registry, which is connected to an Ethereum smart contract. Anybody can publish AI services on our platform. Anybody can buy AI services on our platform. It is open for all, and we are really excited about what blockchain will mean for a new paradigm shift and how we design intelligent infrastructures for the world.
Okay, thank you. The first question I have prepared for you is about the relation between the AI and blockchain technology. What are the goals of AI and blockchain integrations?
Yes, if I may just start from the perspective of artificial intelligence, because there are two ways, and the title of this panel is how does the AI help blockchain? But, in most of my work concerns the opposite side of the coin, which is how does blockchain enable AI? And so when is AI for blockchain, I think is mainly what you refer to is mainly trading algorithms and how can AI and help those crypto traders. But the reverse is, blockchain enables a revolution in how we think about leveraging big data and analytics. And that is enabling a data economy through two important aspects. The first is sovereignty, and that is a choice in providing your data to someone. So blockchain enables you to make that choice. And secondly, it is accountability for those who are using our data. And that is to see, enabling us to see how it is used and where it is used, by what kind of engines. And of course, I can talk a lot about that, but the main advantage is that it helps us to escape the tyranny of the centralized cartels, which are actually ripping us about our data, and like this piracy, which is done, and they get rich on our data. And the second one is they enable personalization of these analytics. So I can access powerful engines, powerful algorithms, which only, let's say, the big companies can buy. But now I can only ask one question. So this fractionalization that I can, through tokenization, have access to a portion of that powerful engine and still make use of it as an individual.
That's great. Next.
Yeah, I think tapping into that blockchain technology and like how it, for example, works at SingularityNet, is that it really gives developers, AI developers, a chance to monetize their AI algorithms in a different way. So you first have all these big tech companies that are often buying up AI startups. They get the best AI developers out there, and then you have all these knots, so to say, of big power in this global network, where these big companies basically have a say of how AI will work in the future for us all. And what we all know is that technology has such a great impact on our lives. And it's in a handful of just a couple of companies. What blockchain allows us to do is it allows us to create an alternative era within this technical space, where individual AI developers may choose to contribute their AI algorithms to more of a commons type of network. So everybody can have a say within this network, and it is not only limited to business decisions and for the shareholders. No, everybody can actually chip in, and it actually builds this infrastructure for them. So what we can do is we can use the blockchain to create a registry of AI services, similar to how Netflix has all these movies in a registry, so to say. That's what we can do actually with AI services as well. And when you have a bunch of AI services together, they can actually make each other intelligent as well. And they can tap into each other's powers as well. And then you can create federations of AI that can work together to actually execute a task. And it's all owned by the people. It's not owned by one single person or one foundation like SingularityNet. Even we don't own it. It's actually from us all. So that is why I think that blockchain is very important for AI. And I think that the power of AI really comes forth by using it all together and contributing to it all together, because we all together define the future, essentially.
Thank you very much. Someone has something to add to this subject?
I can say something. In our case, it's more like blockchain is going to help us because in our situation, we need a lot of data set to train the models, to train the algorithms. And this means that, for example, when somebody wants to open an account with our solution, we would like to be able to ask to that person, which languages would you prefer to work with? Which is your activities prefer, like notary, like library, and so on, and which are the domains that you prefer to work with. But previously, if it's the first or second or third person that is doing that training, maybe he or she will not be satisfied by the results, but the suggestions replied by the machine, proposed by the machine. So if we can bring inside humans that are training the algorithms by simply feeding the machine with texts, with questions and answers that we need, that algorithms need to learn from, then we can create a sort of market where we will use the blockchain in order to pay the contributors, and those contributors are have different levels of and different skills. Some of them may may feed raw data. Others may come at a second level and refine. And then you have a third level and a fourth level coming and refine even more. And then the last step is to approve what was done before. So if we use blockchain and all the tools that are offered through blockchain, we can remunerate, we can pay the services that are done and doing micro payments for these contributors. Otherwise, it will be very, very hard for a solution like us to grow, because we need the power of the community that contributes to leverage and to bring more satisfaction and the confidence level into the responses that we are proposing.
Okay, interesting approach. Kara, you have something else to add?
I'm just listening to everybody, and one of the things we're seeing is a difficulty in adopting the technology. So corporations are struggling with trying to understand how to use AI, how to use blockchain, and so we're doing a lot of education on both of those technologies, and then combining them together to identify different use cases where this technology can be used to drive profitability within organizations. So the challenges that we're seeing in the workforce, especially in cybersecurity, is the rate and sophistication of malware and ransomware attacks using AI, and they're stealing crypto wallets and cryptocurrency wallets. One of the things we're seeing, but it's a human condition that we need to educate and simplify so people can understand it in order to adopt these technologies more quickly.
Basically, what I'm thinking at is that between AI and blockchain, in some use cases, AI can be much easier to deploy in a way, but and blockchain, there is it's harder to explain to a common person. Let's say to everybody, it's harder to understand. So if we introduce this technology and we allow a lot of people to use it combined with other technologies, then the adoption and the use cases that are built around blockchain are easier to understand, then produce effects and benefits for both enterprises like us and users and contributors. So it's also a way for us to popularize, to democratize the solution, the blockchain, in a way.
Yes, and here I can just jump in because I agree with all what Kara was saying. We need those killer applications in which we really can show how artificial intelligence and blockchain together can work. For example, BitLumens, I don't know how many of you know, they are using artificial intelligence to put analytics on personal data of people who choose to give their data in exchange for solar panels in poor parts of, let's say, Guatemala. We have projects there, and Malaysia. And in exchange for that, they get credit. And with that credit for good behavior, they get loans from banks. So there's a lot of applications where we can really empower the individual, poverty, and so on and so forth through the so-called marriage of blockchain and AI, which we could not achieve otherwise without the decentralization, without the people's choices, unless really definitely we infringe on their rights. So I think the killer apps are the solution here, Kara. Adoption.
Yes.
If you just take my next question, which was if you can provide the real life examples, what Dr. Ure has made, and others will be just great appreciated, I think, if you have other examples of usage.
Yes, and I just wanted to say I call this the data economy, but there are others, like as I mentioned before. For example, Endor is offering the powerful prediction engine to individuals to chip in, like at a fraction of the cost of their engine. And I'm sure my colleagues have many more.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, recently we organized a COVID-a-thon. So it was a hackathon where we asked developers to build both decentralized AI solutions for the pandemic. And actually, there were 124 projects that came through the first selection only, and there were over 1,100 or over 1,000 or something participants. So it is clear that in times of crisis we can get actually very creative as to how to use this type of technology. And like one of the things that was a problem during this pandemic is the sharing of information and the sharing of software. And there was actually a partner of us called Nth Opinion, founded by two brothers who are also doctors and are currently working at the front line of this pandemic. And they used the blockchain, and they're using AI to actually create a interface for doctors to exchange knowledge quicker and to actually also find research about COVID-19 quicker across the world. So they're not only isolated in the US with the information that they have there, but they can actually also get information from even doctors in China about what is happening there and how they're dealing with it. So the use cases are definitely there. It is definitely a technology that just breaks boundaries. It's beyond boundaries. It's beyond politics. So the point is that everybody can contribute to it, and then you have to figure out, okay, when it is a technology that is intended for everybody to participate in it, is it even actually the most optimal technology to just hoard on, or should you actually build open source systems that can actually benefit a bigger whole, and then on top of that you can do whatever specialty your company is executing on, right? So it is a shared technology, and it's being used for a variety of use cases. So I think that it can definitely be successful in the long term, especially when it matures more.
Thank you very much. Very good example. Maybe someone else can.
On our side, we thought that we really need to be very transparent and honest with the persons who are going to help us to feed our knowledge base and to train the models and algorithms. And that is why we have to be transparent with those people and say, we need your services. If you help us, here is the way that we propose to remunerate. You can no longer say to people, just give me your help, give me your data, and thank you. We will do a lot of things with it, and then on the other side, you will get some profits because you sell that data or the services that you gathered from outside. So it's a very honest way to say to them, I need you. I need your service. I need your help and information. I need your annotation, because we are speaking also about annotations, improving this knowledge base. And at the end, there is this difficulty. How do you pay those people because they helped you? You cannot have payrolls for thousands of people. So here comes the facilitating the blockchain that and everything that is inside, and that helps us with those micro payments and the incentives that you can create and you can push into this platform are helping us to say to each person who is taking a part into this platform to say, if you perform better, if you help us better, if you do, if you help us improve in a way or another what we are building, you are going to the next level of payment and so on, then it's approved by seniors or admin users, and this is a much easier way and transparent to thank you in a way to the people who are helping us.
Yes, no, I agree. And so you can incentivize a lot of activity and catalyze communities through those utility tokens, which were spoken about before as well. But so, for example, so you can incentivize people to build new businesses on your algorithms. But you also can incentivize people, as you are mentioning, to improve your algorithms, as well as to partner with you with their businesses and then share the rewards. So that is something which definitely the blockchain enables through these micropayments. I think this is an amazing and very powerful thing. And I'd like just to say that it's also a departure. So from this centralized platform in which we were thinking, like, if you build it, they will come. Now we are returning or turning the coin. Like, if they come, they will build it, and that's exactly what this incentive mechanism is doing. So it really entices people to improve the platform versus just to stay as passive consumers of the services which the centralized platforms provide.
Okay, very great sharings. And I want to ask you about your favorite industry where the blockchain and AI technologies apply. And maybe to think about the industries that are not agreeing yet with blockchain technologies. Do you think using AI will bring more of them into the game, or the opposite?
I think you're going to always have your traditional industries. And if you take the financial services industries, they were very slow to embrace blockchain technologies until they realized the benefit and the power and started doing their own R&D in this space. But where you're disrupting the money and major disruptions, you're going to find the most resistance. So if they're against, and many firms are against technology altogether, so it wouldn't matter if it's AI or if it's blockchain or if it's 5G, they're just anti-innovation and anti-accepting of emerging technologies. So those traditional industries will most likely stay the same until they're forced to disrupt. Like COVID forced the healthcare community to start looking at new technologies like blockchain, like AI, but it took a pandemic to get them to move, because up until then they've been very resistant and very reluctant. That's the same with government entities or any kind of entity that has deep infrastructure and hasn't really kept up with their infrastructure. A lot of the infrastructure within corporations needs to be upgraded in order to be enabled to handle this kind of technology. A lot of them haven't even done their digital transformation yet, and they haven't done their process optimization. So that work all has to be done, and until they get on board to do that work prior to adopting these technologies, I think we're still going to see some resistance.
Also, if I may add, one of the tactics that we like is to talk to number 3, 4, second in a market, and then since they all need to transform in a way or another to find some digital solutions and services and solutions that can help them first, help them in the daily based work. Then of course it was COVID-19 crisis and so on. But if you talk to those outsiders, not outsider, but number 2, 3, 4, they are more likely to adopt the new technologies. I mean, faster than the number 1, who is quite comfortable in that place. And this is what we observed, that it happened with us. So and now these players are asking us, what do you propose more in order to accelerate? And we go there with every 2-3 weeks, and we propose new combinations of technologies, new ideas, and then they say, well, sounds good, let's see what we can do. So in a way, I think that the technology, some of them are really hard to understand, others are more touchable, But at the end, if you show also that this technology helped some other company to improve efficiency, and that company, which is your competitor, is now changing the rules and is taking some percentage on the market, now maybe they are starting to move in the direction to adopt the new technologies. But it's indeed it's hard. It's taking time.
Yes, and to take on from here, my favorite example is the advertisement industry, which is actually a clear example of how the centralized cartels are benefiting from our data. So now with blockchain, what we can do, and there are companies which are actually spearheading such models, is to reward individuals for looking at an advertisement, to give them the choice to actually look at certain advertisements. And these rewards can range from, for example, a discount at a product and so on and so forth. So there are many things, and of course it's like, as I mentioned in the beginning, it's a revolution in how we use our data when we talk about artificial intelligence and blockchain, and delve into this data economy and use the data as currency for our own benefit, for we the people.
Yeah, I just want to tap into that. Like one thing that we do need to be, aware of is that, so there is this conversation ongoing about a potential UBI, for example, for, because AI maybe using more and more data might automate like a lot of things. People are being put out of a job. And then there is this UBI solution that will magically solve it all. I think what we need to be aware of as well within this industry is that UBI is essentially the first bid for the data, right? So it's the first bid. It's like, we're gonna give you $1,000 a month. Now let's see if you'll be quiet. If that will do. That's actually what is being done, right, with UBI. Instead, you could be thinking about data dividends as well, right? If we are all continuously providing data, and this is all being recorded anyway, right? Why aren't we going to look at how much value this data actually created? Like, why did this data? How much? What is the value of it that it can automate away an entire job for everybody in the world? Then we're going to be talking really about what is fair. And I think that $1,000 a month suddenly is maybe a bit of a cheap price for all this data that we have contributed throughout our lifetimes. And the only way to get insight into this and what is actually being done is if you do have a system that has recorded every transaction and every exchange, right? And that it is visible for all, yet pseudonymous, right? So that it's not, your privacy is not being compromised. And when you have that, then you can really talk about transparency and what is fair. Because otherwise, your best bid will be probably something that is being made up at the Facebook boardroom as to what they think is fair for you. So that would be my input about this. Curious to hear what you guys are thinking.
Thank you very much. This was a great conversation, and I feel we can do it forever. This AI subject is very complex, and unfortunately, this is our time here in this panel. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and I hope everybody has learned something and has a benefit of this.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wonderful.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sergiu Draganuș, and I'm very glad to have you here present for the panel Crypto Exchanges Infrastructure Challenges. I'm here together with Tamas from Seon, with Michael McCarthy from Shrimpy, with Ilya from Finery Tech, with Alexei from Orion Protocol, and with Jason. Okay, Jason, welcome. And Jason from Coin Payments. So I would kindly ask you for a short introduction of what exactly your projects are doing and how they are helping other projects in the crypto space. Please. So please, I don't know. Please, Tamas, please start.
Thank you, Sergio. So my name is Thomas. I am the co-founder of Seon Technologies. We are developing a fraud prevention solution for online businesses, including crypto payment companies.
Thanks. Okay, let's continue. Michael.
Yeah, so I'm the CEO and co-founder of Shrimpy. So at Shrimpy, we are building a platform where other developers can connect to crypto exchanges. So currently we support 16 different crypto exchanges where you can plug into these exchanges, access data, execute trades, and so on.
Okay, let's go further, please. Ilya.
Hi, I'm Ilya Drozdov. I've been working in the electronic trading business since 2010, first in the brokerage house, then algorithmic hedge fund. 3 years ago, we founded Finery Tech, and now working on a non-custodial trading platform called Finery FX. It allows peer-to-peer trading, real-time clearing, and post-trade settlement.
Thank you. Alexei, please.
Hey everyone, I'm Alexei Klaskov. I'm CEO of Orion Protocol. So in short, Orion is a liquidity aggregator protocol. We pull in liquidity from different sources, actually of entire crypto markets, including centralized, decentralized exchanges, liquidity pools, and we are solving the most challenging problems in crypto trading, such as low liquidity, security, inefficiency of market, and weak interoperability of projects. So essentially, we are building a product for retail, for business, for enterprises, and almost any projects requiring trading or exchange functionality can benefit from Orion, receiving always best possible price combined with low fees and almost unlimited liquidity.
And Jason, please.
So we run a number of different platforms and systems, but our majority of our business is coin payments. We started in 2013. We run a cryptocurrency payments platform, shopping cart plugin systems and APIs to allow merchants and users and platforms to easily accept cryptocurrency as a form of payment. And we're processing today, we're processing over $130 million a month plus, supporting merchants in 180 countries around the world.
Okay, thank you for this. So, okay, so again, I'm my technical assistant. It's announcing me that we have another guest joining currently the panel. So I will kindly ask you to do a short intro, please. Okay, I have. Okay.
I think that you may see. I think you may see Raj, who joined here.
Yeah.
I'd send him the link. I sent him the wrong link probably. He is actually my MLRO. He's the compliance officer and manager for HODL Tech, which is actually a cryptocurrency wallet platform that we have. It's a custodial service based in Estonia. So I think he joined in there for a second.
Okay, so it's good. So. I'm Sergiu Draganuș. I'm the founder of CryptoCoin Pro. We are basically a platform which connects blockchain projects to different type of service providers as you guys. Because as a crypto exchanges or blockchain projects they are facing several risks. And I would like to talk now about risks because basically your solutions are solutions which are covering risks. I remember when we started operation 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years, we had risk with the fraud, high fraud risk. We had risk with volatility risks, and for this, liquidity providers are more than welcome. We've tried developing our own wallet manager system, and we've added a lot of money, but we are not able to deliver it at the levels we should need it. I mean, in terms of scalability, because it's pretty difficult. Only the maintenance costs much more than the fees we are paying to you guys, by the way, Jason. Okay, so basically, your solutions are amazing for the risks that are covering. And here I would like to allow each of you to provide a little bit more details about what exactly are you doing and how you are covering the risk. So we can start, for example, with the fraud risk, because we all know that in the payment industry for crypto products, there is a huge number of frauds attempts. So please, Tamas, if you can continue here.
Thanks, Sergius. Yeah, so basically, the funny story is that actually in 2013, with my co-founder, we were working on a completely different business. We started a crypto exchange, and we decided to introduce a payment gateway because bank transfers were too slow. And in the first week, we got more than 2,000 euro in chargebacks. So we started to look out for different fraud prevention tools on the market to prevent chargebacks. And we couldn't find any efficient tool which could cover the whole digital footprint of the customer. So we decided to build our own tool, and we realized that this could be a great B2B software as a service business. So we pivoted and raised capital from venture capitalist firms, and we incorporated the company in 2017, just after we graduated from university with my co-founder. And now we are more than 30 full-time employees. We just opened office in London. So we have the headquarters in Budapest, actually Hungary, where I'm originally from. And we could see a nice growth lately in the high risk vertical. So actually we started to work again with crypto exchanges, because the risk is still huge, and we see it's very challenging, because it's really hard to find the right balance between a good approval rate in terms of conversion and also having a frictionless boarding process. So if you go right now to one of the biggest crypto exchanges with starting the name with the B, you can see that it's very frictionful to actually still buying crypto from them. So you have to upload utility bill document, you have to upload an ID. So it's quite time consuming. So the conversion might be not very good on their end, but of course they want to prevent any type of loss and reduce risks. Our solution is actually helping to set up kind of like a dynamic friction in terms of customer journey. So based on our frictionless digital footprint analysis, when we try to collect all the accessible information of someone, IP, email, phone, etc., decide whether the customer should go to further verification such as ID or utility bill or not. So in very short terms, that's where we are now, and that's how we work with different crypto companies. We also support other different companies from different industries such as online lending, online gambling, casino, esports. So this is all different. So fraud is different for all these companies. Crypto is the highest risk because it's essentially like cash for fraudsters. Credit card information is very easy to steal. So then to reuse is the easiest way to realize a financial gain is actually to go to and try to process for crypto payments. So if you look at the biggest crypto exchange in the USA, the name starting with the C, you can see that in the US they don't allow purchasing crypto with card, but only with through a specific API through Plaid. So we see that it's a huge risk, and as soon as I think PSD2 in Europe will come to live mode, then we can probably have better kind of setup in terms of payment flow, because then we don't have to work with acquirers who are also having some issues with false positives and internal fraud prevention. So it's kind of muddy now, but I think it's going to the right direction.
Yep, thank you. So now, in terms of how cost optimization can be reached for crypto exchanges, because in our audience we have confirmed several thousands attendees, but many of them have their own crypto exchanges, smaller or bigger. So how does cost optimization can be reached to process automation? And here I would like first to discuss about the liquidity part and the way the service works exactly, and after to discuss about the wallet management part. So I don't know here, Michael, if you can say some words on how exactly, which are the main advantages, the solution that you have it's bringing, and the way it's integrating with other exchanges and things like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the things that we try to solve, as I previously mentioned, was this sort of creating a layer on top of these exchanges so that a developer doesn't have a lot of issues when integrating a new exchange. So one of the problems that we found for developers is every exchange that you integrate requires a unique set of APIs, requires unique infrastructure, unique API limits, and all of these different things. So when we think about, a new exchange coming onto the market, some of the things that we look for as a service provider for other developers is, does their APIs kind of fit into the structures that these other exchanges have been developing? For example, does this new exchange have these, strange endpoints or strange data that they're returning? And how would that kind of fit into our existing infrastructure? Or the infrastructure that these other developers are trying to build. Because, at the end of the day, if we're going to integrate an exchange, it needs to be reliable, it needs to be accessible for developers, it has to have liquidity, it has to have all of these different things to provide a pleasant experience for not only the traders that are executing the trades on the actual platform, but also the developers who are going to be plugging into these platforms and executing trades or managing portfolios for their customers. So one advice that I would give to people who are building their own exchanges or looking at building an exchange right now or bringing APIs to the market, I would suggest essentially copying or doing things that are already existing in the market. So if somebody like Binance has APIs that behave a certain way, there's probably a reason that they do that. And it would probably be good to have your APIs kind of mimic some of the things that other exchanges are doing in the market, because that will increase the chances that people like us at Shrimpy will integrate your exchange.
Here, what would be very interesting for me to understand, it's basically the liquidity part. Again, I'm not a native English talker, as you can see, speaker. Okay, so when I talk about liquidity, I see two main perspectives, two main point of views to look to the liquidity. One of it is obviously the technical part, which can be provided, and the other part is the liquidity itself, meaning the availability of funds to be able to settle the transactions. Maybe you have a big transaction, you are an exchange with a limited amount, like 1 million or 500,000 or less or more, and the client is coming, or several clients, you have a peak in your orders, and several clients are taking a huge amount of orders. How is this managed? So maybe Ilya can help us a little bit, Alexei, also Mike, please.
Okay.
Feel free to come in here.
Sure. So speaking about funds availability and capital efficiency, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So currently there is such an issue as liquidity. So these current assets that you need to use in order to settle with the client as soon as possible. There are two types of clients, right? The first one is that they deposit funds to your exchange, and they you keep these funds, and they are not going to withdraw them the next second after the trade is done. But the second type of clients, they require almost an instant, immediate settlement. So I guess that the market is moving into the direction that there are some solutions that help overcome this issue. For example, so there is a custodian, UK-based entity called Coiny, and Coiny customers can now hold their assets with Coiny and have the ability to trade on Bitfinex. So without moving funds, you can trade on a centralized crypto exchange and then settle with your, say, OTC customers. Etana Custody allows its clients to instantly send funds in 5 major currencies to Kraken and back from Kraken to Etana Custody, like, I don't know, in 1 minute. So I guess in a year or half, we will see more solutions like this that will increase the speed of moving the funds among the market participants. The Silvergate network in the US also allows you to settle your USD denominated trades with with the speed of light, and actually at no cost for participants, those who are on this network. And I guess something will also appear here in Europe. There are some names that are trying to provide such a service, but there is no one clear leader so far.
Okay. There is a few links, and a couple of guys that are doing that. They work with some of the exchanges, and their settlements are instant within their network, that are in the European markets that allow for that, because in essence they operate almost like a digital wallet, which in essence is how the Signature Bank system does it, SingleNet, as well as the other banks that you mentioned in the US too, is in essence settling within their faster payments network or ACH network or those types of things. So some of the settlement systems that are working with some of the exchanges already have those sort of instant settlements, but they're with corporate clients that are basically within that same system. They're not necessarily focused on consumer-focused services.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, one point also here. Yeah, for sure, liquidity is really one of the biggest issues, especially for DEXs, because we also see this year, 2020, that trading volume of DEXs increased significantly, but still liquidity on the centralized exchanges is much lower than on big players and centralized Binance, and others. That's why we in our project in Ryan Protocol created hybrid solutions that combines best from the both world, centralized and decentralized. So we pull in liquidity from big centralized exchanges via our network of brokers, which are governed by our delegated proof of brokers consensus. So what we actually want to achieve here is that we want to have a completely decentralized network of brokers who can execute and who can settle your order, maybe part of order, through your API, through your account on exchanges. And almost any people, any users who has accounts on exchanges can run simple software and join this broker pool. And also for executing orders, they receive the transaction fee. So we still think that the decentralization is the future, but currently we cannot simply ignore big centralized players in the market.
So yeah, so on your side, basically the liquidity part in terms of funds is provided via the users of your network,
yeah,
which is
with the
jumping in.
itself. With the user itself, and users are decentralized, so there is no single point of failure. Yeah, so any users can become brokers here.
Yeah. So for the decentralized exchange or decentralized projects, it's very clear the way they are managing the wallets. Okay, so basically the wallets, the private keys and other things stay with the user itself. But for other projects, including the projects we are talking right now in this panel about, so I would be curious to find out more how you are managing the wallet management part. Because, for example, as I've mentioned at the beginning of this panel, we started developing those systems on our own, but when we realized that in fact we want to offer a much wider number of currencies to be available, not only Ethereum and Bitcoin, things like this, we realized that in fact only the maintenance cost is much too high to do it on our side. So we've decided to go further and implement a third-party solution, which we are using and we are pretty happy with. So I would like to get your opinion on this side, and maybe Jason, I know you are a provider of this type of services, but you maybe can give us some insights, and after someone else can continue in this direction too.
Yeah, I mean, for us on our wallet infrastructure, we run a couple of different types of wallet infrastructures. When we first started, we outsourced the wallet solution to we actually used BitGo's wallet platform originally when we started many years ago. And then we developed our own infrastructure and custodial system. So really, Coin Payments itself works off of a custodial wallet platform. It's not decentralized. It really is a custodial centralized platform, and we are holding funds for all of our clients at all times. Mostly we hold it in a cold storage aspect for our own system. But we also have a multi-sig wallet platform that we built and we're about to launch. The difficulty for us as a payment service provider and or gateway is a lot of the dependencies of how fund movement and sort of immediate transfers, immediate payments internally happen in a custodial service and doesn't require on-chain transactions. So for us, one of our service or one of the clients that we're providing a service to, they don't want to have any custody of any wallet and any assets of any of their clients because of the nature of the types of clientele that they're going to be providing services to. And we said that if the client isn't approved by us or say they're outside of our risk tolerance, we wouldn't provide a custody service. So we do have a multi-sig, completely separate wallet with separate key management services and everything else. But for us, it's a matter of how payments specifically work, and for sort of the instant transfers, it works better for us to have a custodial wallet platform.
Okay, thank you. So if someone wants to jump in, otherwise I have another question. I'll go to the next question here. Which are the main challenges right now to scale up your activities? Technical challenges, I don't know, investment challenge, compliance, industry-related challenges in terms of what is happening right now with this crazy thing with coronavirus and things like this. So what is the bottleneck basically right now to scale up? I know crypto businesses are scaling up right now, but what are the bottlenecks to not scale up even faster? So yeah, this would be my question to all of you. So please feel free.
So from our perspective, this is first of all the regulatory burden and the changing, compliance and regulatory requirements, especially here in Europe, the adoption of new laws and your ability, your desire, and the cost of actually following all these guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, I agree with that compliance and regulatory policies become with every year more and more strict, and for sure it hinders in some extent of the development of our industry. But for sure, technical difficulty and technical challenges still exist. We still quite young industry. For example, we are as aggregator for sure we have quite difficult infrastructure of aggregator in real time, of providing high availability service with replications, and so I think all of three things that you mentioned influence development of our industry actually.
Thank you. And the last question before closing this panel, it's how do you feel, what is the trend you see in terms of stable coin transactions and other type of currencies with a higher volatility rate? What do you see behind the numbers that behind your platform? So do you see more transaction in terms of stable? Do you see more transaction in terms of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and things like this, or both are growing the same way with the same rate, to say so?
I can maybe step in first, just because we kind of deal with a lot of payment transactions specifically. First of all, a little piece. I think the regulatory side of things has been interesting, is actually allowing for a lot of adoption with businesses that may not have accepted crypto in the past. So I think with regulations and actually the acceptance between facilitation between banking, traditional banking, and off ramps and on ramps, allowing for more users and more adoption is really significant. And we've seen over a 30% increase in our business just in the last few months. And I think a lot of that has to do with adoptions and also with regulations coming into place. We do full KYC, compliance, AML, transaction monitoring, everything on every one of our transactions and systems. And although a lot of our team originally a year ago thought it was going to be damaging and we would lose clients. And in fact, we've actually increased clients. So I think that's really positive. On the transactional side, on related to the currencies, it used to always be around 90% of our transactions were mostly Bitcoin. And we're now at about a 70% transaction base in Bitcoin and 15 to 20% in USDT. Tether and stablecoins are definitely having a major increase in actual digital transactions. And whether they are crypto or not crypto, is however somebody wants to say, decentralized, non-decentralized, the increase in actual transactions are increasing significantly using the stablecoin usage as far as a stable transaction. We also see a lot of transactions that are happening in other types of stablecoins outside of Tether as well, but it's still roughly about 70% of all of our transactions are still in Bitcoin.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
we really see this trend, and and we will see this trend in future even further when most of transaction will be in stable coin, and the native coins will play a role of collateral. So I think it's our near future.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for attending. It was really a pleasure to have you here together, and hopefully we'll see each other on the next virtual blockchain summit. Thank you. Have a nice one. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah. No, it goes from one more time. I see you're being presented. Digital. I thought, Tanya, you're going to put the background from the Canadian Digital Chamber of Commerce. You could put that.
I couldn't make it fast enough.
I see. Well, on the next one, I guess.
Tudor, where are you today?
Well, I'm in Bucharest. I'm at home. It's currently 11 p.m. I'm still fresh.
There you go.
Hello. I was there for the first time last year, and it was fantastic. And I will be coming back post-COVID.
Well,
actually, as I told Adrian, it exceeded my expectations in every way possible.
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I've been to a number of former, behind the Iron Curtain countries and cities, and Bucharest was just, it was so European, right? It was fantastic. Like, I was really, and I've said that to basically everybody that I've talked to. I said, this is the Paris of the East. It's well worth the trip. The boulevards with the,
well, having some roots in that part of the world, I'll let you speak because we're live. So just keep bragging about it. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
this just shows that how unrehearsed we are. So I just want to say thank you for each and every one of you for participating into this panel. This is VBS, the Virtual Blockchain Summit. Welcome to all of you from Canada, from United States, from Europe, and around the world. I'm Adrian Sishin, coming to you live from Calgary, Canada. And presenting you, moderating today's topic for the panel scheduled for this section of the day that deals with legal and regulatory compliance. On the Virtual Blockchain Summit is the first worldwide tokenized event. And let me get started by introducing some of our awesome speakers today. We'll start with you, Tanya. Tanya Woods. It's the Managing Director of the Canadian Chamber of Digital Commerce in Canada. Jason Dearborn, it's the co-founder of Dominion Bitcoin Mining, and Tudor Stanciu from the Romanian FinTech Association. Welcome all of you, and thank you for investing your time to be here today with us. And I would like to just leave it up to you to probably mention a couple of elements about yourself and some of the projects you are working. Your credentials are impressive, and they are available on the website, and people can hook up with you on LinkedIn. But maybe you want to go and introduce yourself and present some of the projects that you are working. So Tanya, why don't you go first?
Thank you. So yes, I'm the head of the Chamber of Digital Commerce Canada, Canada's first blockchain trade association. I'm also the founder of Project In Kind, which is a global philanthropic movement to inspire global in-kind giving. And so that would be donations of time, services, and goods in support of the UN SDGs and our local and global communities. So I'm delighted to be here, certainly during this interesting time. We're all experiencing it differently, no doubt, around the world. It's a pleasure to be able to leverage some of my favorite things like blockchain and technology with doing good, which I think we can, many of us resonate with the importance of right now. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Tanya. Jason?
Thank you, Adrian, and thanks, Tanya. It's wonderful to be back here. It's a shame that we're not in Bucharest again. I was just saying before we came on live, it was my first time to Bucharest last year, speaking in this amazing building. And for anyone that hasn't visited, it completely exceeded all of my expectations. The city was wonderful. The people were wonderful. And post-COVID, I'll definitely be going back. I'm coming to you live today from Brecknock Farm, which is exactly 5 hours as the crow flies east of Adrian in Calgary, but in Saskatchewan. DBMC, or Dominion, is amongst Canada's oldest blockchain companies. We're founded in 2013. We have a couple of divisions now. We're dealing with cryptocurrency custody and other digital asset custody that are using blockchain platforms. And we also are providing some blockchain solutions into the agricultural industry with the upcoming launch of a transportation app called Go Grain, which we're currently in development with for Western Canadian farmers first, but we know that it has some global connotations. Our company, Dominion, is in the process right now of going global, and we're hoping to list in public Q4 of this year. We have investment officers in Geneva, compliance officers in Tampa, Florida, people from across the country. We work closely with others in the industry, servicing our clients to purchase crypto with BitConnect from Calgary, and as an example. And so it's a wonderful industry, and really this is a poignant panel, because the constraint in the industry has not been the technology. It has absolutely been the regulations and the legal catching up. I am a former two-term provincial legislator who may be in charge of the securities laws in our country. And so I'm very thankful that we can bring this forward. I've had the opportunity in Canada to present as far back as 2014 to the Parliament of Canada, Senate Committee on Banking and Finance, and in 2018 to the Standing Committee on Finance for the House of Commons, trying to move the regulatory agenda for our space forward in an open and transparent manner. And we're farther along than we were, not really in the legislation, but in the actual practice and the way that our businesses are evolving. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Jason. And now up to Tudor from Europe, from East Europe, from Romania, if you want to introduce yourself and a couple of things about the projects.
Thanks a lot, Adrian. I'm really glad to be here to see the dimension of the event and all the geographies involved. Briefly, I'm involved in two projects. First of all, the Romanian FinTech Association, which is one of the newest FinTech associations in the European Union. It was founded at the beginning of this year. It's what we like to call an entrepreneurial professional association, because its members are FinTech startups and scale-ups that are building their own products, which involve proprietary technology, because we want to create some momentum in this region of Europe towards building product and moving the economy from a services economy to a product and a tech product economy. So I'm serving as the interim president for this initial year of the association's activity. And we're focusing a lot this year on interacting with the authorities, not only at the national level, but also at an EU level. In that context, the Romanian FinTech Association is a founding member of the European Digital Finance Association, which is a body which aims to basically put in touch even the smallest startups and scale-ups in the space of FinTech with the European Commission, with the European Parliament, to basically give a voice to all the entrepreneurs which are coming into this space and are trying to bring a change to financial services and to innovate in this space. And my background is as a lawyer. For the past 4 or 5 years, I've been working exclusively with startups and scale-ups which are building their own products in the technology space. I'm doing it as part of a team called Digital to Law, where we're basically trying to build a legal organization that is not only focused on providing services for startups, but is also aiming to use the experience of seeing similar problems with the clients that we're working on to develop a certain technology products of our own in the space of compliance. So we started with some iterations in the space of GDPR, in the space of privacy. And I think these two aspects, the FinTech part and the compliance part, are those that basically connect the topic of the panel and the idea of legal and compliance in the blockchain, in the cryptocurrency space, in the digital asset space, because I think you cannot have an evolution of this space without taking into account the financial services part and the compliance part. So I'm really, really happy to be here in this panel.
Well, thank you for joining us. So I couldn't help by noticing that Tanya was smiling when you mentioned that you are a lawyer. Especially because I know that she's a great lawyer, and then the topic is ultimately about the legal and regulatory compliance. But Tanya, I would like to kind of go a little bit beyond the actual nitty-gritty of the compliance that we all know that it's so much different from every single jurisdiction. And here in Canada, we're blessed to have quite a few, as provinces have their own jurisdictional aspects to it. And try, also in line with what Tudor was mentioning, to kind of identify in a space where things are evolving so rapidly, and it seems like the technology is not able to catch up. How would you find ultimately the right thing to do, the ethical thing to do, the good thing to do, and probably the kind thing to do as you move and you develop certain products?
Yeah, that's a great question, Adrian. Thank you. And of course, I always smile when I see fellow lawyers, and especially when they're not in traditional paths. It's really interesting to me. So, look, we focused for the last little while on AML and securities applications when we talk about regulation and blockchain. But blockchain is not just tokens or cryptocurrency. Blockchain is a framework where we can have value exchanges. And the compliance benefits or conversations or the regulatory conversations, we're at this very pivotal moment, and I think we've been sort of stuck in it for a while, waiting for it to happen, that we need to move beyond the securities only conversations, because there is so much value to be tracked and mobilized across blockchains and leveraging the technology. And regulation needs to go with that, and policies need to go with that. Maybe it's not regulation applied. Maybe it's just regulators considering what their role could be, if there is a role, and deciding whether they have one or not. Maybe it's simply that. When you look at the transactional nature of blockchain technology, it does facilitate value transfer. Now, when it can be the ultimate bearer of validated truth, then I think we must think bigger about how it needs to be considered and in what applications. Certainly, I do think a lot about adjacent applications, so global aid payments, in-kind donations, impact investing. How does all of that work when we start to embed blockchain technology and tokenized technologies across different verticals? How can blockchain and regulatory and compliance work together in public policy making, democratic participation? I know Jason and I have had many conversations around voting, but also right now, when we're looking at how countries are handling COVID response, compliance frameworks leveraging blockchain technology, frankly, have a huge role and a benefit to offer, and they're not being deployed yet because too many people are still intimidated, frankly, I think, by the technology. So we need to expand our conversations on regulatory and compliance. I believe in order to do that, we need government to work very closely with our blockchain innovators, to approach the situation with humility, to be having the growth mindset. Adrian, you and I always talk about growth mindset, having a growth mindset, and then looking really at, how do we leverage the blockchain to establish digital policy, digital regulations and laws, and new, frankly, social contracts. Both sides, whether it be innovators and government, do need some citizen engagement. We need to do a check-in again with humanity and see where we're at with things. How are we responding to intense technological digestion, which is what we've been doing in the last number of months. It's gone beyond weeks now, it's been months. And I really hope that we can see some achievements in the most positive ways. I think that in order to get there, we need to be okay as policymakers, as industry people, as citizens. We need to be okay for certain failures, and we have to accept a higher level of risk. But ultimately, we need to be prioritizing transparency, and we need to ingest the exposure of vulnerability that we're seeing. I mean, systems are failing all around us right now, but that doesn't mean fail to the point of death. It means they're failing, and now we're learning, and the right response and a feedback loop is to iterate and improve. And so I think we need to be doing that. I have a project, Adrian, as you know, and you mentioned kindness, so I would be remiss not to tie them together because they are there. The way humans responded to COVID was, how can we help? And in large way, it was, how can we help? You saw, some realize there's great market opportunity to gain and to do things, and that's wonderful. We need that. But there was also this very tremendous global response to say, what can we give you that we have to help? And all of that, frankly, exposes new supply chains that just don't exist, that haven't been thought through as open peer-to-peer supply chains. And blockchain technology is uniquely positioned to facilitate those supply chains. So Project in Kind is very much about figuring out how we leverage technology design and an influence of our values and our, our important policy considerations and such, in order to give benefit back to those in our world, whether it's through a community organization or a business, or through our investment vehicles, whether they're cryptocurrency vehicles or not. This is about having that conversation. The overall goal of the project is to connect businesses and people with community organizations giving support. So we're peer-to-peering global aid at a very hyper-localized kind of way 1 billion times. We want to see 1 billion exchanges of this type of value happen, and leveraging blockchain technology to do it. So it's a fun project insofar as we get to really connect that human side with the technology side, with a lot of, frankly, public policy side, because this has always been government domain in a large way, and give some power back to the people. And let's see what happens. Let's see what we could do as an experiment. So, I digress a wee bit, but I do think it's a good example of where our compliance and regulatory conversations also need to be looking. We need to be looking at how we can advance those discussions and apply them across the different verticals, and in particular, the places where it's needed right now.
Well, I'm happy, Tanya, that you brought up the global aspect. I'm going to turn it back to Jason now, who obviously is working in the global custody business. And I was going to ask you, Jason, do you feel that global custody would become a serious factor in digital assets for blockchain-based value beyond the cryptocurrency use case? And if so, how will this going to manifest?
Well, thank you, Adrian. And I just want to first say that this is a good order, because so much of what Tanya said, I think I'll be able to segue into. I want to start by saying the importance of a global conference like this, where you are actually moving the regulations. They're going to be moved globally. They're not going to be moved by one country or another. It is the collective piece where technologists and the pioneers, like everyone on this call, are going to be inching this along. Because the problem which we deal with is that currently our main regulators are looking at this from the lens of securities, which the securities law follows the great crash of 1929. So most of the securities law that we're still working with in North America is predating Turing. None of this ever comprehended non-fiat digital depreciatory cryptocurrencies. It wasn't there. So part of the problem that's bumping in with the regulations is that they're not deriving regulation from legislation that was ever meant to equip this. So this would be akin to 1912. There's a whole bunch of Model Ts on the road in Canada and America, and the legislators say, well, we've got to have some transportation laws around this. And they go to the railways and say, why don't you guys write all the rules for this? Yes, there's a similarity, but it simply doesn't work, and it's at cross purposes. And so bridging now to the answer of your question, in May, we saw the halving of Bitcoin. We know the bull market, which is coming here at a global level, unprecedented. And we see Morgan Stanley stepping up with Coinbase and Gemini, right? The big players moving into co-opting this element is absolutely, it's here, it's on the forefront. And the importance of the EU taking certain steps, the Canadians taking certain steps, the SEC taking certain steps, even the smaller jurisdictions nudging it forward, Bermuda, Malta, Gibraltar, it doesn't really matter. They're not going to have the capacity. It needs to be a G7 country, I believe. And that's why we've really focused on what we think can be the Canadian element of moving towards global best practices. And we focused on custody as a beginning, because if you're going to take care of other person's assets, you need really well built out regulatory compliant, and Canada has a great reputation in that sense. At the global level, we rate in the top 5 countries always in the World Corruption Index. We're a very safe, open place. On top of that, Canada has Romanian Canadians, and we have Somali Canadians, and there is a Canadian from every country on earth in Toronto. We think that this is a really good place to take these ideas and export them as The blockchain already doesn't have borders. But what is important, especially when we see the tragedies happening in the United States right now, which are not happening on our side of the border, right? We've figured out how to live in peace and prosperity with our neighbors, you know, in fully open, tolerant, and transparent mechanisms where the new Canadians coming to Canada, I hope, feel welcome, because they certainly are. You know, I was able to have dinner, I think the day after meeting Adrian with him and his family, who are new Canadians in their beautiful home in Calgary overlooking the Rocky Mountains, having a barbecue together. This is about what and my family started Canada. I mean, we're United Empire loyalists. We were loyal to the crown when the Americans, you know, had their tantrum 300 years ago. So anyways, the point being, as we move forward, technologies have a culture. And we know that this is a very, very serious matter. When we see the application in China of the Communist Party of China applying their social credit system to facial recognition software, restricting people's freedoms, or we get it right on the other side, where the solutions that Tanya's talking about in kind, and we absolutely understand this in one of our divisions, moving for agricultural blockchain solutions, food traceability as an example, being able to see through a smart contract end-to-end the farmer right with the you know, the miller or the whiskey distiller, or possibly even the end consumer. This is where things are going to come. And my experience globally in the developed or the second world economies, such as Romania, post-communism, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, into Africa, the first generation of entrepreneurs there, the energy is unparalleled. I would say, you know, I had an experience in Kazakhstan where you're just never going to be able to stop these people. But the problems that they bump into when they're at the World Corruption Index at 35%, they don't have the infrastructure to truly support these things with traditions of property law, independent judiciaries, democracy itself. Blockchain is going to enable so much of that so quickly because it's transparent. It puts everybody on the same playing field. And with those elements, we think that this would be the best thing, and Dominion's focus of bringing global blockchain solutions to multiple industries. And trying to think of this in the parallel to 1980, you had businesses. By 1990, every one of those businesses had an email and a website. That was the introduction of the internet, you know, of information. We're now going to the internet of value, and every one of these divisions is going to need blockchain solutions going forward. At the core of those are obviously going to be the code and the important technology work that groups, you know, a tutor are involved with. But then the second thing is going to be the compliance, the regulation, the custody. And hopefully Canada can be well placed to finally come up with the very laws that are the gap between the laws and the regulations, because we have French and English, we have the common law and the civil code, we have, and we're non-threatening, we're a non-imperial nation. We can transposition these model, you know, legislative and regulatory positions anywhere in the world, and no one's going to take offense to them. Adrian, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and thank you for the important work that the Digital Summit is bringing to our space.
Well, thank you. As biased as I am being here in Canada, I would agree with you that the world needs more Canada. And I couldn't help by remembering at one point a discussion that I had with Tanya is how ultimately you could be a leader into something. It's still when, you know, from a population standpoint, you are a small nation. And I would think that probably you can still lead into the way of thinking, like the ones that you mentioned, Jason, like non-threatening and being inclusive and all the values that we cherish here. And having said that, I would turn it to Tudor and ask him a question that probably would come also to you, Jason and Tanya, as we're getting close to the event. If you would have a magic wand that gave you all the required authority what blockchain-based laws and regulations would you rescind, and what would you enact?
So I think I'm gonna. That's a really good question, because it sprung to my mind what I'm hearing from both the startups I have worked and I'm working with as a lawyer, but also the members of the Romanian FinTech Association. It's this idea, especially if you're in the B2B space. It's this idea that if you want to build something that is going to reach a big number of users, a big number of customers, you need to have that trust that users and customers bestow upon you when they decide to use your service. I think in the space of blockchain, we need, because it's still something that many view as a concept. It's for the majority of people, it's something that they don't understand. And in order for them to use something, a product, to use the solution that the company is putting on the market, and which promotes itself as being a blockchain-based solution, they need to basically be able to trust that solution. And to that end, I think a lot of work, building on what both Tanya and Jason mentioned, a lot of work needs to be done in terms of providing some standards or some best practices on a global level. Again, that's a very good point and a very important point. Standards related to what the security of a system means, what kind of a system you can trust when you're basically using its services, what kind of stamp of approval, if the case is needed. So I would focus on maybe looking a little bit more into what kind of regulation you can come with that would allow the users and the larger market and the small individual that is looking to whether to use a solution which is blockchain based, how you can help that user make that decision and know that if he's using a particular solution, that solution has been approved or is a solution which is considered to be industry standard in some way. So I would focus on regulation that addresses this problem of security of systems, of resilience of systems, because I think those are the aspects that are going to bring more people into using blockchain-based solutions.
Tanya, final thoughts on having a magic wand, especially since you're influencing your crafting policies. What are your thoughts on it?
It's such a huge question. Look, we're seeing the failure of siloing. It's happening everywhere. We've over-siloed systems because as humans, we like to oversimplify complexity. It's like this really strange obsession. We want everything quick, easy, 3 seconds, 3 clicks. And I think technology has absolutely created this obsessive, impatient tendency in those of us that use it frequently. We want it now. We don't want to wait. We don't want to hear more questions. We don't read EULAs. We don't read terms and nobody cares because nobody has time. The problem is when you forfeit the care and the critical thinking and the opportunity to participate in your democracy, in your system, you forfeit your power. So we've got to get back to a balance. And I think we've given up a lot to our own detriment collectively, globally. A lot of big companies know a lot about us, make a lot of money from us, run the system, design the system. The technology design itself is influenced by their priorities, not necessarily ours as the common citizen of the world, let's say. So if we expect government to create policies and regulations, then we need to restart a lot. The World Economic Forum calls it the Great Reset. That was the last week's announcement, the Great Reset. So we can't unknow what we know now. And it would be a serious fool's mistake to try to unknow what we know now. We now know through COVID as a blessing, the real fail points. And their fail points against human rights, their fail points against democracy, their fail points against transparency and security in the most broadest term. I mean, you can think of security of people, security, access to health, access to education, whatever you want. We can't unknow that, nor should we try. So we know what we know. If I had my way, I think it's time to create a digital human rights agreement globally. I think that's number one. Number two, I think it's time to create a global governance agreement where citizens have a say. And I think we leverage digital technologies to do it. And I also think it's time to reconsider what are those systems that are going to drive us toward a shared vision of progress together. I mean, we've heard a lot about failed capitalism, but I mean, we designed the system, so we can call it a failure, or we can say it's time for an upgrade. And in our case, I would say it's quite likely most blockchain innovators, I mean, keep in mind this spurred its whole growth pattern after the last financial collapse. So there's a whole bunch of, you know, libertarian democracy baked into our technology space. But I would say there's probably quite a few that would say it's time to reconvene the conversation and leverage the power of the peers to do it. So I absolutely insist on that.
Thank you, Jason.
Sorry, Adrian.
Jason, the final 30 seconds on the magic wand in context of you being a former MLA.
Well, I think it would, I mirror what I said to the Senate Committee on Banking and Finance in 2014. I'd recognize Bitcoin, just because it's the first one, as a currency, and I'd have the Canadian government legislate wallets. And those wallets could have our entire taxation system on them. And I'd help the developing world do the same thing so that they moved into inflation, you know, into deflationary based currencies digitally supplied, as opposed to the inflationary based ones that we have right now, and the current crisis that we're coming into with the IMF calling on special drawing rights because the developing world, their bonds are going to very quickly here run into a period of hyperinflation because the liquidity in the bond market is not going to survive COVID. That's my answer. So consistent from 6 years ago. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you
very much. Thank you. Thank you each and every single one of you. Thank you. And please stay with us on VBS.live for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, I'm Sergio Draganuș, and I'm very glad to have you here present for the Blockchain and Social Disruption panel. We have some amazing panelists participating today. I will start with Otalia from Innofin, Miguel from Hemera Capitals, and from Singular University, Pradeep from Solvecare, and Kingsley from VGC Group. So I would kindly ask you, each of you, to do a short intro of 30 seconds, more or less, of what exactly you are doing before going further and starting with the question I have. So, Otalia, can you please start with a short?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for having me. So yes, my name is Otalia Dobrus, and I'm the founder of Innofin Consulting Inc. So at Innofin, we focus on blockchain corporate education, project advisory, and strategic design and implementation. And so on the implementation side, we have development and facilitation of financing solutions. So every time I'm focusing on blockchain. So a little bit about myself. I'll try to make it short. My career in blockchain started when I joined the Blockchain Hub, which is a not-for-profit organization that is part of York University in Toronto. And so there, I'm part of the executive management team driving and executing strategies. Sorry, I've been speaking too fast. So subsequent to that, I launched Innofin, which I mentioned earlier, and I also founded the Innovative Financier, which is a registered not-for-profit group that has quickly grown to about 500 members now. And basically, it's my way of giving back to society by helping individuals in finance embrace disruptive innovation, such as blockchain, which is the subject of our meeting today, but also AI, IoT, and more. And finally, in my lost hours, I read, and of course, I write. And recently, I co-authored a book on crypto finance and mechanisms of exchange in collaboration with industry practitioners and also professors from the University of Ottawa. So that's it for me.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. And if you want to continue, please.
Absolutely. My name is Anne Connolly, and I spent 10 years working in the humanitarian aid industry, mostly with Doctors Without Borders. So lived in Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo, working on medical humanitarian projects, and then got involved in cryptocurrency and blockchain in 2012 and have since been focused on applications of blockchain for social impact, global development, and essentially improving governance structures and systems for people all over the world. So I currently teach out of Singularity University and am the founder and one of the authors of Trust, which is a graphic novel about blockchain that's being written and illustrated by this amazing author named Chief Nyamweya from Kenya. And it's all about looking at blockchain from the perspective of a young Kenyan woman learning how to use it to transform the community around her. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you. Miguel, please.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure. Well, I work for an asset management and investment banking independent firm. We are focused in Southern Africa. So our geographical focus is Africa in particular, a couple of countries or an area, a region of Africa that is basically the SADC region. We are based in Geneva. We have our first office was open in Luanda, in Angola. And we are also pushing very much the impact finance agenda. So all our strategy and the way we get involved in deals in asset management or advisory, it's really with this focus in a new paradigm that we believe is emerging, which is around the impact finance. I've been working for many years in investment banking and asset management, a traditional career on that area, and working also for many years with the African countries where I come from. And obviously blockchain for these markets, it's an area that we follow very closely, as we really believe that can have a material impact in what we are doing now and in the future.
Thank you. Kingsley, please. We are not able to hear you. Unmute. Microphone. The microphone. Okay.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Kingsley Kobayashi. I'm the co-founder of FGC Group. I'm an investor. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm into commercial real estate. I'm in the hospitality and entertainment business. I'm based in Japan, born in Nigeria, but I've lived in Japan and Asia for about 30 years, where I have my businesses. Currently, I'm locked down in Lagos, where I'm focusing on using blockchain for commercial real estate.
Excellent. Thank you. Pradeep, please.
Hello, this is Pradeep Kaul with SolveCare, and it's a pleasure to be here, part of this panel. I represent SolveCare, which is a healthcare platform on blockchain, and we have a rather bold mission to really streamline the administrative, clinical, and financial inefficiencies of healthcare. I have spent my entire career in healthcare on the administrative side, insurance programs, government programs, clinical care coordination, payments, and looking at those challenges and inefficiencies, both in terms of enterprise and individual level access and payments and coordination of care. We decided that we really need to use blockchain in a way that has significant human impact and to really put the human back in the center of healthcare. Because healthcare is less about systems and should be more about the people who need care and people who deliver care. And in doing so, we basically decided to build a blockchain-based decentralized healthcare platform that allows organizations and individuals to collaborate in the context of either managed care or in the context of self-pay or in the context of insured care or in the context of community care. So we have launched the platform. We started the company about 3 years ago. We have launched the platform. It's being used in many different use cases around the world. And we are very excited to launch the latest global telehealth exchange as an open framework for physicians to offer telemedicine to patients near and far. And if we have the opportunity, we'll talk more about it later. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you also for attending. So my first question today is, what are the main sectors blockchain technology might provide disruptive solutions from your perspective? So we've already mentioned some of them. Pradeep told about the telemedicine part, which in my opinion sounds more than amazing, yeah, to do it over the blockchain. So I would kindly ask each of you to jump in and to brainstorm and to discuss about this direction. Which one do you think they are the lowest hanging fruits in terms of sectors to be touched by the blockchain technology right now?
Well, I can go first.
So I'll start. Okay.
Sure, please go ahead. After you.
So no, I was just going to say that, I mean, of course, the first sector, I'll say, is the financial services sector, because it basically launched the whole blockchain revolution. So because if it weren't for the 2008 crisis and then the desire for people to find a solution to the problem that originated with that crisis, then maybe Bitcoin will have never seen the light of day. And so maybe today we wouldn't be here talking about a blockchain. However, from my perspective, we have to remember that Bitcoin was created as a solution to a problem. And so the problem being the lack of transparency, the lack of trust, the lack of verifiable truth in the financial system. And so basically, if I go back to your question, in my opinion, the question isn't really what main sectors, but rather what type of problems blockchain can actually help resolve regardless of the sector. So I definitely see applicability everywhere, whether it be finance, like I mentioned, but also in healthcare. Somebody mentioned real estate earlier, in media, in art, in transportation, in education, in mining. And for me, the list is endless. And as long as the blockchain can be used as a solution for problems experienced within those sectors, then it has applicability.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think another way to look at it is that people don't buy or get excited about technology except technologists who see a new value proposition. And I think we really need to look at blockchain not as a technology that'll change the world, but the applications that'll compel people to consume and change the way they behave and the way they live and the way they interact with each other. So my view is that instead of looking at the sector, I think we should look at the human impact of making blockchain accessible and usable. And it is in our sector, in healthcare, the only real value of any technology, be it cloud or AI or IoT or blockchain, is does it impact quality of care, better results, easier access to healthcare? Does the patient have better outcomes, and does the physician have more efficacy in practicing medicine and being more effective as a care provider? So there are other technologies in addition to blockchain that can have a positive impact. But what the blockchain does do, which other technologies have difficulty doing, is allow the decentralization of service delivery and service consumption which applies to so many sectors, but to healthcare it's particularly needed because you have so many silos of service providers, service payers, and service users. And these silos, there is no real mechanism and that e-commerce connects service good providers and goods consumers. But in healthcare, that's just not the way the system is set up. You are very regionalized, very compartmentalized, regulatory and other constraints, geographic constraints that governs healthcare. And blockchain has the potential to break down these silos. Now you can use it the way we are using it, which is to really coordinate benefits, coordinate payments, coordinate care across boundaries. You can use it in other ways. There is no one right solution for it. But as long as we recognize that my mother is not going to buy blockchain, she's going to buy an application or rather an experience that is better than what she has today. And that's the utility we must focus on.
I also would like to add another perspective and agreeing on what has been said so far, which is not which sectors could be more willing to adopt the blockchain as an underlying technology, but also which countries, which economies, which is also, I think, a very important view. Since obviously, if we consider the institutional theory, we see that there is something that is called the institutional voids that emerge, especially in frontier markets, in markets where institutions, due to several reasons, historical background, they still have institutions that are weak and are not performing as they should. And so in those countries, for example, using blockchain can be an accelerator for change and for achieving levels of efficiency for the economy, for economical agents, for citizens, that really makes a major impact when comparing with countries where institutions work. They could work better with a blockchain, or they can even become redundant. We don't know, but it really makes a huge impact to see how it can affect certain countries and how it can accelerate the development of certain countries.
Yeah,
please.
I do agree with everyone, and I'm happy to be one of the speakers at this forum because we have a lot of versatile people here. Blockchain has been around for some time now, and it's making changes all over the world. But the pandemic has catapulted blockchain to a different level. This pandemic has given rise to edutech, has given rise to health tech, has given rise to remote tech, has given rise to work tech. People are beginning to see the importance of blockchain, to see the importance of technology in our daily lives. In the education sector, when you see the young ones who are in Japan, where I'm based, and you look at the young ones who are in Nigeria, where I was born, where I'm locked up right now. I haven't been here for 30 years. I'm here right now, and I'm seeing that there's a big gap. Where children in Japan are used to smartphones, iPhones, iPads, quick internet solutions, and things like that. Those in Africa don't have that infrastructure in place right now. So the application that we are using in Japan or using in advanced countries are not applicable to what we are using in developing countries or underdeveloped countries. However, there are things that we can use in those countries. There are infrastructures that we can build on. So blockchain is going to serve as the basic for different applications to be built. We see in the healthcare sector where coronavirus have affected a lot, that people are not doing telemedicine. People are not doing diagnosis through video calls because we don't want women that just give birth to children to go back to the hospital. You have to be able to use video conferencing or video interaction to be able to prescribe them drugs, attend to the children, attend to different things. Then you also have people working from homes, which has given rise to a lot of digital advancement, both those who were analog before now and those who were privileged to have those abilities. It has given rise to people working together. Actually, I am convinced that in the next few years, you're going to see the first $1 trillion in healthcare industry. because every country right now are putting money, every big companies are putting money into healthcare. Even African countries or developing countries that their healthcare have been downtrodden are putting money into the healthcare because they discovered they couldn't run to the developed countries to do dialysis. They couldn't run to the developed countries to get healed of some ailments. So people are putting more money into this section. So when it comes to blockchain and the structure of the social service, you're also going to witness legal aspect of blockchain. You're going to experience identity. You're going to experience medical data. So there's a lot of things coming up on blockchain that people can key into in their different geographical areas. So I'm really looking forward to the next few years and blockchain taking us to the next level is what we do. I'll come back to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what I'd like to add here is we've discussed a little bit earlier about decentralization. This is clear. And some of the benefits of the decentralization, its security, its trust, is the fact that we can optimize cost, processes, and many other things, which results in a much wider list of benefits. But in real life, so I would really like to go even deeper. So healthcare, it's a very clear example, but I would really like to dig in and go down to the person which really needs, how you mentioned, in Japan, you can make a payment with a smartphone. Some places you cannot do this. So let's go a little bit more in this direction, please.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite projects out there is one run by the World Food Program. And they were really early adopters of blockchain and have been one of the few that I've seen in the humanitarian aid sector that's actually been able to implement something at a reasonably large scale. And so historically, when people were experiencing famine, the World Food Program would come in and would bring food for them. But typically, the problem wasn't actually that there wasn't enough food. It was that people couldn't afford the food that was available. And so by flooding the market with this free food, they were actually destroying the infrastructure that was helping people get fed. And so they've moved to a cash transfer system to enable people to buy whatever food they wanted. But the challenge with cash transfer, of course, is, you don't know what people are spending the money on. It's very expensive to deposit small amounts of money to large amounts of people. And that's where, through their Building Blocks program, they were able to transfer Ethereum-based tokens to refugees across camps in Pakistan as well as in Jordan. And the refugees could then use those tokens at food retailers across the region. And then the WFP would transfer the tokens back to local fiat currency with the retailers, as opposed to trying to make, say, 400,000 individual tiny transactions with each refugee, would make 400 with the retailers that were around. And so this, to me, was a great example of how blockchain was implemented in an existing type of system. And they were able to save, I believe it was over $20 million on that project alone. And they do more than $2 billion worth of these cash transfers every year. So it's a huge opportunity for improving services for people in need and also saving money through blockchain technology.
Excellent. Thanks. Thank you for sharing this. Another point that I would like to reach today, it's about the local regulatory frameworks. We know that in some regions there are no regulatory frameworks. In some other regions, people are trying to build something in this direction. So I would like to hear your opinion into this direction. How do you feel the things are going? Which is the current situation? Which is the direction? How the people should improve the fight to bring a real clear regulatory framework which should allow us to bring those amazing projects in that way. Please.
Well, speaking from a healthcare point of view, healthcare is, I think, fundamentally first a regulatory problem, then it's everything else. And it is a patchwork. In many countries, healthcare is regulated regionally. In the US, you have statewide regulations. In many countries, the regulations are either archaic or non-existent. So there is a significant barrier. The reason healthcare, like politics, is considered to be a local phenomenon and very locally delivered and locally managed is primarily because of proximity between doctor and patient, which technology can fix. The other is a regulation that governs either the doctor, the patient, or the both. And you have numerous incidences of physicians living in a region where they can practice, but they can practice outside the region where they live in. So as you start to look at the advent of blockchain, it's not just about trust. It's also about auditability. It's also about having a immutable proof of who did what and under what governing law did they act, and who was impacted and how they were impacted. So telemedicine is a great example. Telemedicine is proliferating, as Kingsley said earlier, just a minute ago, that it's going to be a very meaningful use case for blockchain healthcare overall, and it is already. But really where the opportunity lies is for blockchain to both manage and work within the framework, regulatory framework that applies to the doctor or the patient, regardless where they live, but also to prove that they acted in the best interest of each other, or they complied with the law, or what they did was not regulated by the framework of where they live. So bottom line is, I think blockchain becomes a defensive mechanism for the physician, because the physicians do need to make sure that they don't get sued either by a patient or by regulators for delivering care. And blockchain gives them can give them the appropriate framework in which they can function. I may not be licensed, I may be living in Toronto, but if I am allowed to practice medicine with a patient in a far off country where the regulatory framework permits that interaction, then the local regulatory framework is not really applicable, because I'm practicing medicine to a patient that is permitted to receive care from me. So there is lots of opportunity here to both comply with the regulation as well as to expand the universe of care delivery and care receiving population without violating the regulations that might exist.
Yeah, I see a very good point here. Another question that I have here: are we ready at this current moment to embrace all those advantages that the blockchain technology is providing? I mean, it's clear that the regulatory framework is one of the issues. Some other might be the way the people are interacting with the blockchain. But we know that there are many other I don't know, bottlenecks which stop us doing those steps. So I'd like to go one step in this direction, please, because anyway, we have only a couple of minutes left in this.
Yeah, the question is, sorry, can I go in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the question is not whether we are ready or not. The situation right now gives us no choice. There is a restriction of movement due to the pandemic, and we have different regulations in different countries. But as you know, human beings are not used to change. We don't want to change. The government don't want to change. The government in developing countries don't want transparency and accountability, because when they have that, they cannot siphon money. But blockchain was created to put democracy in your hand. You decide what you want as an individual. Blockchain gives you the platform to be able to manage your medical data. Blockchain gives you the opportunity to reach out to a lawyer or a doctor in Canada or America or in the developed countries. It allows a doctor in Nigeria or a doctor in Japan to collaborate without borders. So we've been talking about doctors without borders. Blockchain is going to help in pushing this forward. So blockchain is going to help the common man on the street with payment system. When you look at the recent trend in blockchain, people are investing more in payment system with the unbankables in developing countries. The population is very high, but a grandma who has an application that a grandchild can send money, who is a refugee in Germany or a refugee somewhere else in the world, can send money to her and she can collect that money in less than 2 minutes or 3 minutes without going through where's your ID card, where is this, where is that. They are bound to embrace it. We have to make it simple. We have to make it to the extent that you are a primary 5 student people is able to understand it, which means the grammars, the uneducated will understand an application, a simple application that will be for their healthcare, that will be for their payment system, that will be for day-to-day living. So they will definitely embrace it. We don't have a choice here.
I think that it also depends. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Atade. No, just a quick one to say that I believe that it also depends on the industry. For example, and related with the regulation again, in the finance industry, we see that regulators are really, in my opinion, fighting back the adoption of blockchain. So if you see, for example, in terms of what is infrastructure, we see, for example, Mashreq Bank in Dubai is using blockchain for their KYC system. You have a blockchain being used in trade finance systems. But so the regulators are quite comfortable with that because they see that as just another option, technological option for those banking services. But when it comes to money, they really resist, and we've seen that with Libra from Facebook and all the other attempts to use cryptocurrencies in the banking system. So I think that as users, as consumers, we are all ready to use the blockchain because all consumers in the world are very flexible, and blockchain, the intention is to be an underlying technology and for users to have better service levels in the end. So the thing is really to fight some of those challenges that are in the way. And with the notion, I think that blockchain obviously is not the solution for everything in life, but is really a system that can improve the level of efficiency and bring benefits like transparency and all those other benefits that we've been already discussing, right?
Thank you.
And so also, so basically to second what everybody has actually said, I do believe that governments want blockchain. Right before COVID-19 came in, there was this whole push for the SDG goals, right? And so one of those goals was to make sure that nobody gets left behind. And so blockchain is a tool that can be used to provide a solution to meet that goal. For example, Canada, to talk about like something concrete, recently allowed a Bitcoin fund to be launched and to be listed. And so that was something that a lot of people weren't expecting, but it has launched. So all of these concrete examples are very encouraging. However, before we actually get to complete adoption, like Kingsley mentioned, we need to ensure that there is education, because with innovation, there's always a push against change. But you cannot innovate if you do not educate the people who have to accept that innovation to use your innovation. So yes, there is hope, but there is also a lot of work to be done.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the things that you've shared with all of us today. So, as a small proof of what blockchain can do, we've decided to organize all the event concept between all of us, all the panelists. This is like a surprise for each of us. So during the next few days or week or two like this, we'll go through and we'll really tokenize the company which holds the rights for for this, and we'll split it equally between each of us, because it's important for each of us to interact, maybe for the first time, maybe for the second time, with a real ownership proof via the blockchain. So this is what we'll do next. So, and after maybe we'll have other idea to do for different projects, each of us, individual projects. But yeah, this will be an exercise that we'll do in the, let's call it a security token creation. It's not offering, it does not have a value in the back. It's only an ownership proof, and each of us should interact with it to understand better how it works. So having said that, again, thank you all for participating. Thank you for the great things that you've shared with us today, and hopefully we'll see you soon, and also on the next virtual blockchain summit. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for putting together a good panel. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Manuel, for putting this together and for inviting me.
It was a great pleasure meeting everyone here. Thank you very much. Have a good night and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.